Okay, so we kind of left off in the kind of wilderness on your way to the city of Eventide, having just taken the time to explore the kind of underground ruins that, you stumbled across and that poor seller of rocks stumbled into. But you're still, about halfway to Eventide. However, as you guys kind of get ready to start your next morning's travel, you kind of hear the sound of gradually approaching hoofbeats, and before too long, you see Titus pull up on Blueberry 2, having been dispatched from Care Emlyn. Clearly, Yenva's gotten a little bit maybe tired of Titus's enthusiastic and very violent method of training. The initiates probably needed a bit of a break. So he kind of joins you on the road, and you take the time to catch him up on what's going on.
I missed you guys going into halls again.
Yes, a hall with lots of books too, Titus.
Oh,
And no monsters.
I did not miss anything then.
Yes, Tarek, you imagine that the archaeology is probably safer having not had exposure to Titus too.
just the dreaded day where Titus sits down in an archaeological room and is like, can I roll con?
Just like triggers some Indiana Jones level shit just by taking a seat.
Like one tower just goes into another.
Such a liability.
Mm.
Such a liability.
Well, the day is still young, and you've got a couple of days before you get to Eventide, so I'm guessing it's just going to be a case of getting there. Nobody really wants to take any detours.
Nope.
Cool. So, Havel takes the point again. This is the first time you guys have kind of been this far north. And the thing you kind of notice more is that the kind of forests, the kind of lower level vegetation has kind of started to thin out a little bit. The trees are still large, and you've got kind of a mixture of the conifers and the deciduous trees, but you can see that they're kind of starting to be the dominant flora here. The kind of thick undergrowth is dying back the more northern you go. Probably in line with the kind of chilling temperatures, cooling ever so slightly, but noticeably. Titus, this is getting more towards the kind of temperatures that you're used to in your homelands. It's not quite as cold just yet, but for the rest of you, especially those more acclimatized to be warm for the Ilafari Empire, it's starting to get a little bit chilly. Torek, your hand remains nice and warm now in your glove as you travel. So, Havel, roll me a perception check. Favoured terrain, actually, I suppose, still, so with advantage.
All terrain is my terrain. Oh. That's a 9.
So, you'd kind of take a bit longer than usual to pick out one of the more travelled animal paths. But you don't run into any hardships as such with the route you choose. And you guys travel like this for a couple of days before kind of arriving on the outskirts of Eventide. One of the things that strikes you most about kind of crossing the slight kind of isthmus here over to Eventide is that the kind of the area around the city itself seems to be largely given over to these. They look like salt pens. You can see that there are kind of a series of wooden lock contraptions that apparently let tide in and out, and the The peasantry seem to be busy at work with kind of baskets and kind of hose and shovels, breaking off salt from these evaporated pools to kind of bundle up into carts. Torek, roll me a history check. You might be familiar with the area.
I might not be. That's 13.
So you have experienced the kind of renowned salted haddock. That's really what Eventide is famous for. The local villages on the coast bring their fish to be kind of preserved and packed in Eventide. Salt obviously acting to offset the general nature of fish to rot quite quickly. And it's quite a popular food for the nobility of the kingdom of Parfunis. As a result, they can usually fetch a fairly decent price for it.
How does this compare to the fishing town we've seen before, the suspicious one with big monsters? Is this a bit more of a confident environment around fishing?
Yeah, so this is definitely a larger city as opposed to the village that you're in. The docks themselves, less about fishing in this town. They're more about kind of loading and unloading of cargo. There is still a fishing fleet here, but lots of the kind of material comes in from the surrounding villages. The ones which you've been kind of hired to investigate. But it's a much larger city, and you can see some bigger ships docked kind of along jetties and piers at the waterfront. Like most of the cities in Parfunis, it does maintain some city walls. Not too dissimilar from ones of Bayford, just a bit smaller.
Well, shall we make our way?
So as you guys kind of move along these paths and come close, you do start to get the aroma of fish start to hit your nostrils. You can see that the peasants are working pretty hard. It looks to be a fairly tough grind for them. Kind of digging and kind of moving these salt baskets, but it's not overly hot, so it could be worse for them. But you guys come to the gates, and the first thing that strikes you is that they're actually closed, and the town's guard are standing, halberds and everything, and they look at you, fairly suspiciously as you come up. Oh, what business have you got at Eventide?
We've been sent to investigate some strange goings on. We've come from the Order of the Shattered Fang. I believe there's a contract.
I'm going to need to see some sort of proof of identity.
Well, we have our badges. I show them the iron badge and also the pin of Parthunis, whatever it's called.
So you kind of flash these badges in his direction, and he kind of squints at them. Oh, right, okay. Well, I'm guessing you'll be wanting to head straight into the council chambers. It's just up that main street, but if you hang a left, you'll see it. It's a fairly big place. He gestures for his companions to kind of stand back and open the gates. As he does so, you can see that the town is not as busy as kind of other cities in Parfunis that you've been to. Definitely nowhere near the kind of foot traffic levels you've experienced in Bayford.
So, is there any reason why you're locked up so tight?
Well, we've rumours of strange folk about, and a lord saying we're not going to be taking no chances.
What kind of strange folk?
Oh, I don't know. Just rumours from the villages that something's afoot.
Right.
But a few stragglers come in claiming all sorts of things. Most of them look like they've had the devil chased out of them. I mean, it doesn't really make much sense to me, but you know people, especially these rural types.
Sure. Where could we find some of these people if to talk to them?
Well, I'd probably start looking in the kind of the beggars' quarters. Most of them come in fairly unladen with possessions, if you catch my drift.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And as soon as you guys are kind of through these gates, the guards take no time in closing them behind you. Seems they're taking this order from up high reasonably seriously. So
Why
why
do little people use walls? I asked to Rulon.
Well, it keeps the other nasties out.
But how will you fight if they can't get in?
You stand on top of the walls and you chase them away with arrows.
Titus is just staring up at him, just like all confused again.
I suppose it's a good point because I imagine most of your early life was a fairly nomadic existence.
He lived in tents until he lived in shackles.
Also, with some sturdy walls, you can sleep safe at night. You don't have to worry that someone may sneak up on you. It's the civilized way, I suppose.
When he says someone's sneaking up on you, Titus sort of casts an eye over Torek and just like watches him for a minute.
Torek like waves at Titus with his little gnome hand.
So yeah, Titus, clearly the large-scale military strategy of town walls, it's something he's not quite familiar with, which is, it's fair enough. It's not something that you've experienced in either previous life or really your time as a slayer. Obviously, you know about Care Emwyn, but for a large part, you spent the time on the road, so sleeping open's worked so far for you. But yeah, so as you guys kind of stand in the gates now, you can kind of see roughly in the distance kind of some tall towers, and it strikes you as probably going to be somewhere of importance. And it's kind of in the direction the guards were explaining the kind of council chamber was located in. But I mean, it's a fairly big town. You've got a lot of things there. There's clearly quite a busy market down by the docks. You can hear a bit of a commotion from the day's trading going on. And then in the kind of other direction, you've got seems to be an artisanal district where people are plying their trade as well.
Well, do we need anything before we head off to the council? Anyone?
Nothing for me.
Okay, that settles it.
Probably not now. I mean, I could buy a few things, but eternally short of cash at the moment. Oh wait, no, I'm not. Just like look
Ew,
at
that's where I put my purse. Yeah.
No, I'm not.
I just get this impression that Torek just has so many pockets. He's like just eternally misplacing items around his person.
I do like that idea, yeah.
Just why is that in with your alchemy stuff? No.
It's just that moment where I haven't got the spell I need to save us all. It's like, took feather fall. He like pats around his pockets and it just cuts to his horse with all the components inside of it. It's just like, shit. Forgets some of the components.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Torric is definitely kind of facilities to purchase probably all but the rarest of items in Eventide. It is one of the major cities of the kingdom. Sorry.
Now we're going to explore some strange happening. I guess it's probably worth knowing more about what's actually going on before we start buying supplies for it. Right?
Yeah. It's a fair point.
We will need walls for this quest.
You can't bring walls with you, you big lumbering fool.
And this was where Titus's love of architecture was sparked. No, Torric. That is not a suitable load-bearing structure.
Oh no, this is supporting wall. See, leans on it and the building just collapses.
I imagine Titus would probably build things with maybe 3 or 4 times the tolerance they actually needs just to avoid that kind of stuff. It's like an overly fortified house or something. But yeah, there's there probably would be construction merchants around, selling all sorts in the city. Should you wish to buy any walls to go?
We'll look into the possibility, Titus. Maybe we'll speak to some merchants later. Yeah.
Titus nods intelligently.
Off to the council chamber then.
Okay. So you find it fairly easily. As Vigard said, it's kind of hard to miss. Like most cities, the kind of powers that be have made sure that their seat of power is respectably grander than any other building in the town. And you can see a bit of a difference really between this and the palace. It seems that whilst it is definitely a kind of well decorated and clearly a noble structure, it seems to be fairly utilitarian in terms of the space around it. There seems to be a fair few buildings that seem to serve as kind of ancillary office blocks, and you see there are a couple of symbols above a few of the doors to each of these. But the main building itself is kind of serviced by one grand entryway, which again has kind of one garden, a civilian stood there. And as you approach, the guard obviously perks up a bit from his slouching, and the other civilian, a fairly elderly gentleman, kind of hunched over a little bit, clearly seen a fair few years, steps forward. Greetings. Is it petitioners today?
Not quite. We're here on business of contract.
A contract, you say? He kind of reaches into his pocket and pulls out some spectacles. Well, I'll forward you to the legal team, I suppose. And he slips one. May I take a brief glance at the document?
Torric's probably got it, hasn't he?
I mean, he has the scholar's kit, doesn't he? So I imagine it probably would have been stuffed into one of his scroll casings.
Yeah, he's usually the paperwork guy, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Torric, as the others kind of sheepishly look at you, this kind of gentleman takes the hint and lowers his gaze down to you expectantly.
What? I have them?
You can see the guard very quickly loses interest at this and kind of slouches a bit as Torek is fumbling around in his kind of various scroll cases and pockets. He does eventually find it. And as he presents it to this gentleman, he kind of takes it from you in fairly shaky hands and kind of peers over his spectacles to read it. Oh, I apologise. I'd mistaken you for merchants. You get a fair few whiners and moaners about various forms of legal affairs on a day-to-day basis, so you'll have to forgive me.
It is an easy mistake to make.
He kind of looks at you, Titus, and just obviously sees the big muscly frame and the weaponry and the shield, and he goes, well, yes, in second thought, you don't look like the bodyguard type. Now I get up close. Anyway, I'm afraid the Viscount is away on business at the moment, but I'm sure somebody from the council will be here to hear your case. Please follow me inside. As he turns, the guard kind of springs up again to get the door for him. Seems that this chap commands at least a reasonable amount of respect around here. He kind of leads the way into this kind of largely marbled interior, which again seems to strike you as less imposing than some other buildings with not much in the way of overly fancy stonework or grandeur in terms of the portraits or whatnot hangings from the wall. But he leads you past a few kind of rooms that appear to be given over to a series of desks and that, and finally leads you into a large semicircular kind of almost parliament-style chamber where the majority of the floor space is taken up by these wooden pews, again in a similar semicircle nature. However, sitting at the far end, you can see there's one. Well, he looks like the bureaucratic sort, poring over some papers, and he looks up at you as you enter. But the steward who's led you in kind of gives him a nod. So he reluctantly sighs, puts down his pen, and good day to you, citizens. Please come forward. What can I do for you?
Oh, we've come on behalf of the Order of the Shattered Fang for a contract. Goings on.
That's excellent news. We weren't expecting a reply to that for at least a few weeks. Well, we're glad to have you. Normally, it would be the Viscount himself who would deal with contracting such organisations, but I'm sure you've been told he's currently indisposed and not in the city. I'm here to act in his stead for all matters that do not require a full council vote. Please take a seat. Allow me to kind of go into further detail here. So he gestures to kind of the front row of pews, and you can see that they're quite nice chairs. They're cushioned. It's clear that the council has probably used a few of the taxpayers' gold pieces to make sure they have a comfortable place to sit and vote away the rest of them. Now, as I'm sure you're aware, the fishing and the surrounding fishing in local villages is very much key to our prosperity here in Eventide. Truth told, it's really our main source of source of income. The land around these parts is not suited to agriculture. However, worryingly, we've heard all sorts of strange reports coming in from some of the surrounding villages. And more worryingly, we've stopped receiving the shipments of fish that we're so used to from kind of furthest flung village. I can't really tell you much about what goings on are happening out there, but from the reputation I hear, your order is fairly proficient at dealing with these kind of investigations. Now we'd be willing to compensate you accordingly should you kind of find out and resolve the issues here.
Well, that's what we come for.
Excellent. Well, we're willing to put over 3,000 gold pieces for a successful resolution for this. That should hopefully let you know that we really do mean business here. This is an important task. Is that going to be acceptable rates for your guild?
Aye. Fine.
Well, perfect.
Where's the bard when you need him?
Sorry, what was that guy? I missed that.
I said, "Where's the bard when you need him?"
Well, I'm sure that I don't really interest you too much with the details of the contract. So why don't we get this all sorted and I'll sign. That way, I'm sure you can get on with what it is that you people are so good at doing. So he again is clearly expecting the written contract here. Tarek, roll me an insight while you hand it over.
Not good, Chief. It's insight based on wisdom. I forget.
So you just kind of hand it over without really paying much attention. As he said, he's just kind of boring you a little bit here with the bureaucracy. But he kind of quickly and efficiently signs a few areas and fills out the agreed upon sum of 3,000 gold. As he finishes that, he kind of reaches for a candle and a stick of wax, and he places a good old seal on the bottom, bearing the city crest. You can see, which is a kind of fish, kind of skewered on a trident. So he leaves that to cool for a bit. Well, if you're looking for accommodation in town, I can recommend a nice little tavern on the waterfront. Name of it, the Sultry Siren. If you ever wanted to sit and rest for a while, but then again, what am I saying? Slayers, it's always up and at 'em with you lot, isn't it? I'm sure you'll be wanting to get straight on.
We may check around the town first and ask around, maybe see if there's some more information to be found.
Well, that's, I'm sure, going to be. I'm not going to tell you how to do your jobs. It's not really my business. But once you've returned from Etwall, come and see me. I'll be sure to reimburse you if it is indeed resolved. Make sure to bring some proof. I can't really countersign it unless there's physical evidence. I'm sure you understand.
When I mentioned about looking around the town and asking around, what was his kind of reaction?
Roll me an insight.
Uh, 21.
It seemed completely unfazed. So, having left the wax to dry, he rolls it back up and hands it back to you, Torek. Well, assuming it just goes back in a scroll and into the little bag.
Yes, it does.
Cool. So by this point, it's early afternoon time. I think kind of 3 p.m. So the city is still kind of in business mode, as it were. Right. Well, if that's everything, I'll let Jerome here show you to the door. And best of luck to you. We'll all be rooting for you here.
Thank you.
So the steward again gestures for you to follow him. He's it's a deliberate pace, but you can see that the kind of the old arthritis might be kicking in. So you politely follow him. Titus, I mean, for someone with your kind of length of stride, it feels quite slow, but you do eventually get let out of this council chamber and come back into the wider town.
So, first order of business, what should it be? Any ideas?
I mean, we could maybe go check out a drink and find somewhere to stay, and then go and speak to some people, I suppose.
Yeah, the guard at the gate mentioned the beggars' quarter.
Might be worth speaking to. He also mentioned the strange folk that the villagers have been talking about. It might even be worth us travelling out and speaking to villagers in the local area. But
Well, I think he meant
later.
Maybe we'd find some people in the beggars' quarters who those things.
That's
People who've travelled into the city from the surrounding areas and maybe have seen some things or heard some things.
That sounds perfect. Yeah. What does everyone else think?
I think it sounds awful suspicious to me, but Titus wouldn't know.
Well, we don't really know much, so I guess asking around would be best thing to do. Well, let's find a tavern first. That always seems to be the first thing we do, but okay.
It's never failed us so far.
Well,
we don't have a problem, definitely.
I think
you're in.
We do have.
You're in a sailor's kind of town, so you're not going to be short of places to find a drink. That's for sure.
Can I just, for the record, say now, I'm not going back to sea. Once was enough. The big crab dude, seeing him once, more than enough. Just so we know.
Well, the big crab dude didn't see he came from the land, so.
Well, that was they were in kind of marshland, really. So
that happened very quickly after we were. It's all the same to me.
A particularly bad day out on the water has slightly ruined Triss's desire to get those sea legs going. Very understandable, I suppose. But then again, Triss, you've also seen some fairly monstrous things on the land too, so.
Yeah, I suppose we can't start rolling things out like that.
Companion.
So, the obvious place to really start looking for a tavern in a city like this would be the waterfront. you obviously have the suggestion from the town councilman, but there's clearly going to be more than one pub in a place like this.
Which was the one you recommended?
The Sultry Siren.
Sultry Siren. The Sultry Siren or the Sultry Siren?
Sultry, as in Sultry.
The slutty siren, basically.
Slutty Siren.
It's like it could be a good gentleman's club.
I don't know what one of those would look like in a port town, but okay. Be a bit rough around the edges.
It's not super salty. Maybe a bit fishy.
Sounds like Liverpool.
Hey, don't knock it till you had a few nights out in Liverpool. It's
Do I really?
always a laugh.
Yeah.
Okay, so guessing we're heading off to the waterfront then, unless anybody has anything pressing that they really want to do. And I'll take that as a no. So it isn't hard to navigate your way through these streets. You've kind of got the upright masts of docked ships to lead the way, and you have to cut through an alleyway or two, but you find yourselves very quickly at the docks. And looking out, you can see that this is clearly a busy port. There are multiple quays and jetties, and you can see kind of wooden cranes hauling various kind of crates and sacks, both on and off these vessels. But the immediate seafront kind of seems to be divided between bars and warehouses. And you very quickly spot the Sultry Siren, which, to be fair, looks like one of the more high-end ones in the city. You can tell that it's definitely maintained properly. The kind of a sign hanging from it, though, Triss, it kind of makes you shudder as you can kind of see very clearly a very familiar kind of figure painted on it, kind of this orangey tailed figure. However, you seem to see that the siren on the sign here has been anthropomorphized a fair bit more than the ones you encountered on the Arabella, but the similarities are there. Less teeth on this one, though.
God. Definitely not going out to sea.
Make our way in?
Sure.
If we must.
Well, there are a few alternatives. Kind of a little bit further down the quayside, you can see that there's a slightly less kind of prim and proper establishment, and you can kind of see hanging on the sign there. It's simply called the Fouled Anchor. And you can kind of hear from where you're standing that this one seems to be a bit more kind of rowdy, even at this early time of day. But you can kind of get the impression that it's your average sailor's pub. It's a bit more run down. But those are the kind of two nearest to you.
Triss is going to wait a little bit outside, really think it over, and then slowly follow them into the Sultry Siren.
Yeah, I think the Sultry Siren is the best idea.
Okay, so as you guys enter, the decor kind of matches the initial impression you got of it. The tables are all, they're in good shape. They don't have any chunks knocked out of them or missing legs. You can see even in kind of a few of the far ones are suited for dining and have tablecloths and candelabras laid out on them. And it's fairly well occupied. at the moment. It definitely looks like the kind of patrons here are either captains or first mates, kind of a more well off of the sailing order. A bit less rowdy than the majority of their crew, but you can see that the bar shelves are well stocked with a variety of fairly strong spirits to kind of cater to their tastes. As you walk across, a barkeep kind of gestures to you with a wave, shouts across. I'll be right with you. Please take a seat wherever. I'll just sort out this gentleman here, and I'll be over to you. And he gestures at the kind of floor of the tavern. There are a few places where you could kind of take a seat.
Okay. Is there what kind of custom is in tonight?
So yeah, you've got your sailors who are clearly just getting on the sauce. But you can see there are a few more kind of folk in here who are slightly harder to label. It seems though that the majority of the clientele here are pretty well dressed, at least in clothing that looks like it'd be relatively expensive. It seems that the councilman has pointed you in the fairly uptown tavern. In fact, roll me an insight after watching a couple of them.
Be an 8.
So you see the kind of flicker of a coin purse or two. You suspect that there's a few merchants in here.
Well, shall we all get a drink? Find a table and sit down.
So you guys pick out a table, and before too long, the barkeep is over to you, and you can see now he's kind of out from behind the counter. This chap's actually a halfling. So he wanders over and kind of drags a stool over and stands up at the end of the table. Well, good evening to you. And welcome. I don't think I've seen your faces around these parts before. You must be new to the city, and well, let me tell you, I am honoured to have you here in the Sultry Siren. We have the best fillets of haddock you're going to get in the city. We ensure that only the freshest catches make it to our kitchen. Can I interest you in seeing the menus, or are you already made up your minds on what you want?
Would I know of any regional delicacies?
You know what? I want you to roll for that, but I'm not entirely sure what to have you do for it. You know what, guy? Fuck it. Roll a religion.
Wow, the rules are great.
You know about the fish. Any subcategories of fish you are blissfully ignorant of.
Yes, haddock. Do you have any? Are they fished around these parts?
Oh, certainly, sir. The haddock is one of our signature dishes. We like to sear it in a cast iron pan before giving it to light dressing, and then finally finishing it with a white sauce. It's really what we're known for here in the Sultry Siren. It's our best seller.
Well, I think 6 of those should do.
Well, 6 you shall have. What can I tempt you with to wash it down with? We have a fine selection of Ilafari wines stocked at the moment. Or if you're after something a bit stronger, we have some particularly potent rum in from the clans of Nordhammer.
And what would pair well with the haddock?
He looks at you. Well, sir. The more traditional palate would have it with a lovely, nice white, and we certainly have a lovely house white available.
Yes. I shall have the grog.
The grog. Okay, yes, certainly one grog to go with the haddock. He's professional, if nothing else. Although Titus, you do notice he kind of flashes you evils with it.
The wine, the house wine.
The house wine, excellent. We can get a carafe of that for you, sir. And what can I tempt the rest of your lovely companions with?
Another house wine for me, please.
2 house wines. Okay, and for the brooding gentleman in the corner, he says, looking at Havel.
Havel's just looking at Braxton. Forgive me, you, mate. But yeah, I'll take a rum, please.
Certainly, sir. We'll get that to you right away. And he, Braxton, you notice as he looks at you, there is a flash of recognition as he sees the right hand on your armor. Well, what a distinguished guest indeed. It's not often we have knights of the order this far out. Please let me take your order, sir. My parents owe a great deal to your order.
Oh, that's fantastic to hear. I'll take a wine with the others.
Certainly, I'll get on that right away. And for the lady.
Drink wine?
Oh, sorry, Triss already old, didn't she?
After the lady, he says, looking at Torek.
I imagine Torek could get very Karen-esque if you gave him the chance.
Now that would be a roleplay experience.
But not today.
I want to see this pub's manage.
Any drink requests, Torek? Any specialities you want to try?
Big wine drinker. Have you got anything fruity and, like I like alcohol, but cider and whatnot.
I'm afraid we don't currently have any cider stocks. I could probably whip you up a nice cordial with a bit more kick to it if the fruity taste is what you're after.
Yes, yeah. Surprise me on the cordial then. Yes. How very cordial of you. Uh-huh.
That's a good one, sir. And he turns and takes the order towards what you presume to be the kitchen. So while this has been going on, Havel, roll me a perception. Whenever you're ready.
Wow.
Jason?
Sorry, yeah, I was just in the other floor. Sorry.
No worries. Just perception, if you will.
Yeah. So let's see. Oh, so it's a 16 this time.
One of these merchanty-looking types has been kind of casting glances your way. It looks like he's been kind of plucking up the courage to come over and speak to you, but hasn't yet found it.
Wants to ask you on a date.
How close is he? How far away?
Well, she's about 3 tables over.
Oh, she. Oh. I'm just gonna look at the rest of the guys and spot. I'll be back in a minute. I've just got some important work to do. Crack my knuckles, dust off my shoulders, and
Mate.
Slap him on
just
the back.
slowly saunter over and just be like, "Hey, I've noticing me, noticing you."
I'm just imagining, like, as Havel gets up, you just like hear the music, you know, do 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 finger guns and everything, just really putting it on a
Hamming it
little
up.
bit. So this lady, she, as you can see, there's a little bit of alarm as you approach, but to her credit, she hides it quite well. As you sit down, you kind of notice the telltale elongated ears of a half elf. I'm sorry. Can I help you?
Well, I've just noticed that you were eyeing me up while we've been sat over there, so I thought I'd come introduce myself. I'm Havel, Snake Slayer, renowned Slayer, really. Yeah.
Snakes.
So,
Are we watching this happen from our table?
well, the drinks aren't there yet, so this is going to be like tonight's entertainment. So I imagine you're all at least maybe some more subtle than others. But yeah, you could definitely see what's happening here. Well, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Oladov Gilfina. I'm a merchant in Eventide. Am I correct in understanding that that you and your companions are slayers?
Yeah, we are, but less about them, more about me. How can I help?
She kind of lowers her voice a bit. Well, it just so happens that I might have a little business venture that I might need a little bit of muscle in it, and I can't really go to the guards for any help, and there aren't really any reputable mercenaries around here. Well, if you and your friends aren't too busy, I'm sure that you'd be just the sort of people who would be capable of pulling off what it is I have in mind.
I was just gonna mutter to himself like, "Oh, this is not the job I thought this was ended in." Well, I suppose I can take some details. You've got a, I don't know, like a carrier pigeon number or something I can take down.
Well, yeah, you can tell she's clearly hesitant about giving you any real form of address or kind of location to find her. Do you have anybody you know who's good at magic? You could always just get them to send me some messages. Nothing personal. I'm sure you're a stand-up guy, but well, you know how it is with these kind of deals. The less we know about each other, probably the better.
Does Titus see Havel struggling with chatting up this lady?
Motherfucker.
Roll me a perception, please, Titus.
Okay, good. This is the first D20 I've rolled in a long time.
Nat 1.
It's 16.
So you could see Havel is chatting away to this half elf, and you can kind of judge by kind kind of the fact that she hasn't slapped him yet, but he's clearly doing better than usual. But yeah, she doesn't seem to be flat out all over him either.
I must help him. I'm gonna stand up and go up behind him and like put my hand around his shoulder. He really is a great guy. I want to see him shoot a dragon.
Wow, that's certainly impressive.
Yes, you won't find a better guy in all of Parsonage.
Oh, that's lovely. You can tell she's a little bit intimidated by your towering presence over Havel, with your large hands just clasping his shoulders.
Torik's just going to
like,
mumble
oh,
under his breath, like, "Not like a dragon's a small target."
You're like, thanks, Titus. As you can see, he's clearly the mastermind behind our whole team.
I see. Maybe I should look for another party, perhaps. Please, if you'll excuse me, and she kind of starts getting up to leave. So you guys kind of casts a little concerned eye at Titus and kind of makes a beeline for the door.
Well, you can't win them all, friend. Plenty more fish in the sea.
It's alright, mate. She'll probably die without us.
So Titus, it's always unfortunate to watch Havel fail with women, but you've learned that the best way to solve this is usually getting blind drunk to take his thoughts away from his just general inaptitude and unworthiness.
Not everyone has my charm.
It's alright. We're in a port town. Someone will pay for it. Or I can pay someone for it.
Especially someone will pay you for it.
Well, they might. You never know. It's a possibility.
Those Iridium arrows aren't going to pay for themselves. So while this is all going on, the halfling kind of returns, and on this tray is a kind of selection of drinks which he lays out in front of you, and is quickly followed by a waitress who unloads these 6 plates of haddock in front of you. And Torek, they smell divine. You can see that the kind of white sauce that was mentioned earlier has been kind of garnished with parsley. And as you kind of take your first bite, it complements the fish marvelously. To kind of have this kind of this meal. Fish is a relative luxury, almost more so than meat, especially in the kind of the more inland areas. But this stuff has been done to perfection. Like the pan searing is locked in most of the flavor while still keeping the fish lovely and tender. It really kind of falls apart when you put your fork through it. So the chef kind of bows to you. Bon appetit, everybody. I would like to say, if you need anything, don't hesitate to shout. We will do all we can to make sure your dining experience is as enjoyable as it possibly could be.
Bon appetit.
Yes, sir. Bon appetit to you too. I'm going to be over there now. He makes space.
I got the impression from his introduction that he knows when someone's new in town. So I'm going to ask him do you know the woman that my companion was trying to chat up earlier?
Oliver, yes. She's a bit of a regular here. Good client. Really enjoys her wine. But no, she's a merchant. I think she trades in exotic goods from the south, if I remember correctly. But between you and me, I don't think she's all too happy up here. I don't think business is going quite how she imagined it would.
Oh,
But that's the north. I told her once there's not many outside the city who would pay good money for frivolities, but well, that's her business.
okay. Thank you very much. Just
No problem. Enjoy your meal. So yeah, the rest of you kind of get stuck in, and it's a really lovely meal. You've definitely been pointed to probably one of the best kind of dining establishments in town by this councilman.
all right, isn't it? They always try and butter us up when we arrive to new places. Have you ever noticed that?
Well, we are here on behalf of a rather prestigious Slayers Guild. I suppose they want to keep us happy.
Yeah.
You've got to remember, there's also still kind of the aura of mystery around Slayers. They're not, something that people would see regularly. So think of it like having the equivalent of say an elite sports team in a very kind of far-flung town or something. The kind of a buzz that would cause. You guys, kind of as Slayers, enjoy that kind of reputation amongst the kind of commoners of the realm.
Plus,
Or
I
at least
think
the organisations do.
anytime we go anywhere with Titus, they kind of want to keep us on their good side.
Yeah, having a Goliath with a big axe and a big shield, kind of following you around through town is probably also, a bit of a hint to people.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you guys crack on with your dinner, kind of have it with your drinks, and the wine is, as the halfling said, a very suitable pairing for the fish. Really goes down very easily. But as you finish now, it's starting to get on for about 6 o'clock ish. So you got a couple more people enter the tavern. Then again, it's a similar sort of clientele. Some of them stay for drinks, others kind of head upstairs to where you assume the guest rooms are. But it's a little busier by the time you finish your meals.
Well, should we leave it for the night, or should we sit about town and start asking around?
We start asking around. I mean, haven't really earned the meal now, have we?
Well,
It's just my
before
turn.
it gets too late, then I guess.
Okay, so you guys kind of get up, and as you're heading for the door, hey, you need to pay for that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. My bad.
Honestly, I thought better of all of you.
Yes. So what's the damage?
It'll be 5 gold pieces a head, if you'd be so kind.
Okay.
So, that's fairly pricey for a meal by kind of everyday standards. But then again, it wasn't your everyday meal, so you don't feel like you've been hard done by it all.
Mm.
But yes, a very very extravagant meal to line the stomachs before you leave. So once you kind of get squared up, the halfling seems a bit more placated by that. And you kind of head out into the docks. And you can see by now the activity is have largely died away. The cranes are stationary. The ships are all moored up, and sails are all stowed. It's still, you've got a bit of the twilight left. It's not going to be dark for an hour, you reckon? So you've got some time to explore, really.
So whereabouts is the beggars' quarter in relation to where we are?
So as you were kind of entering the city, you noticed that the area furthest from the docks seemed to be a bit more run down and crowded. It'd probably be a good place to start.
Okay.
So again, it's not quite as big as Bayford, so it doesn't take you too long to work your way over. But you start to see that some of these houses are a little bit more, should we say, restrained in size. And you can see a fair few almost cobbled together shelters propped up against the city wall for supports, largely kind of wooden and thatched for kind of roofs, but they don't look to be permanent in nature. These kind of clearly been very quickly erected by their inhabitants. But as you draw near, you can see there are a few fires kind of going, a few people gathered around, and they do look pretty run down. Some of them it looks to be, they've probably been here for a while. Tatty clothes and the usual hallmarks of beggars, but a few of them kind of look like more respectable people who you wouldn't bat an eye at if you passed them in the streets. Don't really match the description of your average beggar. But yeah, they're kind of largely congregated around these fires, cooking whatever it is they've managed to get hold of for tonight.
Is there anything of anyone who particularly catches the eye?
No real individual stands out. You can see that like people tend to be kind of gathered in small groups, again around these fires. But they all look kind of roughly similar in terms of demeanor and clothing.
I'll wander on over to one of the groups by one of the fires, I guess.
So as you guys approach, clearly this sparks a little bit of alarm, and kind of one chap stands up. Hey, we're not causing anybody any trouble here. The guards said we could set up here. Don't evict us. We just need somewhere to sleep.
We're not here to evict anyone. We've come looking for information, and perhaps you're the very people that we need to be speaking to. We have heard of some rather bizarre goings on, some strange things happening around here, and we're looking for some answers.
Well,
We'd be willing to hand over a few coins for some information.
Well, there's definitely been strange goings on, but I'm afraid I can't tell you too much. We and he kind of gestures to the group he's with. We used to be villagers. You see, we lived over in kind of a small fishing village called Etwall, about a day's ride north of here. But we had to flee. We woke up one night to these awful sounds of screaming and crashing. When we kind of woke up and looked outside, we saw that half the village was on fire. We didn't stop. We just grabbed what we could and fled into the woods. We didn't see much, but my God, the screams. I'll remember those till my dying day.
Is there anything particular about Etwell? Are there any creatures known to live nearby that could have caused such damage?
Well, we have our share of minor creatures, but nothing that's ever really caused us any trouble before. I had a few goblins a couple of years back, but I think they've moved on quite quickly. But we're just well, not anymore. We were just humble fishermen. We didn't bother nobody. Made our living from the sea the good old-fashioned way.
The noises you heard, were any creatures making any particular sound, or was it just the screaming?
I didn't hear any sounds that I recognised. It's just screaming and the roar of the fire, and you can see he's starting to get a little bit emotional now as he's kind of trying to relay this. He's obviously having to relive it. It was horrible.
I'm sorry for the tragedy. Is there anyone from Etwall who got away who maybe might know more information than you?
Well, you're looking at the survivors. He gestures to the group, and it's only about 8 people, a couple of families by the looks of it. We weren't a particularly big village by any means, but we're now all that's left.
I see. Well, is there anything else at all you can think of to say? Anything that was going on before the fire took place, before you were attacked by whatever it was?
Well,
Anything strange at all?
not strange, not really that I can think of. We just sent off our latest catch, and really we were just preparing the ships to set sail again, and then they were due to head off in the morning, but I think I remember seeing they were aflame as well when we had to leave.
Well, Rillen will reach into his pouch and he'll pull out 10 gold pieces and he'll hand them to the man and say, "Make sure you all get a belly full tonight. I wish you the best of luck."
So as he kind of
Whatever your
looks
future holds.
as he looks inside this coin purse and sees the gold, his eyes light up. Oh, thank you, sir. That's very generous of you. We'll go get something to eat right away. Come on, Lucille. Come on, Andy. Let's go find something to eat. Yeah, Daddy's going to buy something nice. He kind of steers the survivors up the street, clearly on his way to go and buy something to kind of supplement their fairly meager dinner.
Well, seems maybe we'll find more information if we investigate Etwall itself. I'm sure there's much else we'll learn from the locals. Although, it sounds like this may not be creatures. I mean, the whole village was set alight, the ships as well. That sounds like something with more intent than just a savage beast. If there was a dragon, I'm sure someone would have seen it or heard it. And I don't know of any other creatures that could cause such damage.
How are we even sure that this is of a beast or magical nature? It could just be arsonists. I mean,
That's what
all
I
it
mean.
takes is one loose spark in the night.
So whereabouts would Etwall be on the map?
So if you want to follow me, it was kind of just north of Eventide here, towards kind of this little bay area. So not too far, about probably half a day's ride with the horses. It's not a drastically distant place.
Could have been raiders or any such thing. Either way, we'll have to investigate it in person, I suppose.
Well, raiders, in my experience, are seldom stealthy. Gnomish raiders, well, that might be a different story.
Titus just staring down Torek now. Yes, sneaky arsonists.
I really hope that's what it ends up being.
Quickly scribbles out notes.
Yeah. Google images. Gnomes.
Just just quickly shittily Photoshop Torek just holding a box of matches or something. But yeah, so you guys are kind of left standing kind of around this now abandoned campfire, having discussed this. It's starting to get a little bit darker now. So what's the plan, people? Just back to the sultry siren for the night, or anybody got any plans they want to go and do?
Havel, did you want to go find a date elsewhere, seeing as though you fell a little flat the first time?
So what's this world's version of Tinder?
Well,
I really want to know the answer to this question.
there isn't really, obviously, the technology for such things. The best bet in terms of that might be going and looking at the town's bulletin board. If you're just looking for something that doesn't involve face-to-face prowling, that would definitely.
I have this image now of like the bulletin board having like profiles on, and you just have to stand there and watch and see if anyone rips it to the right or to the left. No, I'm good.
Okay. Well, guess you guys make your way back to. Well, actually, that's a good question. Having paid the 5 gold for the meal, are you still satisfied that that's going to be the tavern for you tonight, or you want to try anywhere else that might be a bit cheaper? What's the consensus on that?
Yeah, that's a good point. It's 5 gold for a meal. It's not going to be very cheap for a room.
Damn, not having the bard. Might be worth checking out the other place.
And we can always talk to drunk people, because that's fun.
Yeah, so the taverns, as you draw closer, by now the kind of the foul anchor is in full swing. The giveaway is kind of the sailor kind of sat up against the door, just cold asleep, kind of bottle of something or other, unlabeled and nondescript, kind of clutched in his hand still. But you can kind of hear the very out of tune singing, and someone's having a go at accordion on the inside. So as you kind of open the door, this is just the polar opposite of the sultry siren. I mean, this place is packed. It seems that every sailor from the ships is piled into this one to get their alcoholic beverage of choice on board. So you really have to kind of fight your way to the bar, and when you get there, there are a couple of fairly butch guys having an arm wrestle on the table. However, you've got on each side of them one sailor each side is kind of holding a dagger, facing upwards, kind of to where the loser's arm would be forced down. And you can see that this is gathering, quite a really quite a crowd, and there's bets being taken. People are screaming all sorts of abuse at one or both, or even the other spectators. It's just generally quite a rowdy event. But these two guys are kind of really putting their all into this. You can see sweat on their brows, and they're kind of grimacing. But the match seems to be in a bit of a stalemate at the moment as you guys reach the bar. As you get there, you can see a fairly not quite as old as the steward you met earlier, but kind of late 50s, kind of human who's just well, he looks like he's been through the grinder a bit. He's kind of missing his right hand, and you can see there's quite a nasty scar kind of running from his left ear down over his neck, and kind of carries on under his shirt he's wearing. Oh, what can I be doing for you tonight? Will it be the grog?
Sure. 5 grogs and an extra large
Oh, you must be thirsty.
I'll have him up right in the middle. His eye is very quickly drawn over to the arm wrestling match. So a cheer goes up, and you can see that one of the contendants is getting dangerously close to the dagger, but he's not quite there yet. And he turns back to the drinks order at hand, and he comes back with basically a small keg, and 5 decent size mugs, and then 1 kind of huge tankard. Places it down in front of you. Well, that's only 5 silver for a lot of, yes.
Fair price. Without saying it anymore, I'll hand over the 5 silver.
Mm-hmm.
This is the best bar in town, bro. Fuck the sultry bitch. Like.
So yeah, he takes a silver off of you, and kind of uncorks the keg, and fills all these tankards up. And he doesn't even give you a farewell or anything. He just wanders over to the next pundit who's after a drink. But as you guys are left with these, you notice that they smell pretty potent. I mean, grog is really supposed to be watered down, but it seems that the clientele here aren't really the sort to go for a particularly weak alcoholic beverage. So it seems that these are probably still going to be fairly hard to drink lots of.
Well, we'll have a busy day tomorrow, so let's not get too drunk. As he says, the last words, the futility of it just
dawns on you. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Look over the arm wrestling and see how that's going on.
So as you guys kind of pick up the grog, make your way over, you see that this guy finally gives out, and his hand is kind of forced down, and you kind of see the dagger sink in and the blood splurt out. The crowd roars, and that kind of drowns out this guy's yelp of pain. But very quickly somebody's there to pour some grog on it to kind of clean it, and it's quickly wrapped up in. It doesn't look like the cleanest or the most sterile of bandages, but it's doing a reasonable job at stopping the bleeding. But people are patting this guy on his back, and drinks are being thrust at him left, right, and centre. And he looks a bit tipsy anyway, so he's just takes the drink and downs one of them before moving very quickly on to the next, and stumps off into a corner, nursing his hand with a tankard in the other one. But the chap who's victorious, he looks pretty chuffed with himself. Goes over to clearly the lead bookie and gets handed a reasonable cut of the profits for making his way over to the bar for a quick drink. Well, that was a good fight there. It's nice and clean. Good to see that the rules are being respected, and I'd like to congratulate Ivan on his 6th straight win of the evening. We're going to take a quick interlude, and then we're going to do challenges. Anybody on the floor who wants to step up, get a drink down here, get yourself up here, sign yourself up, and we'll crack on with the next rounds. Until then, have fun, have a few beers, have some grog, some rum, whatever it is, takes your fancy. But we'll get back to you in about 10-15 minutes. And you can see the crowd kind of nod and grumble. You can see a few sailors are egging on their mates to sign up, but only a handful of people actually do.
Havel's gonna just look at Titus expectantly.
Go ahead, Havel. I want to stop you.
Oh mate, if I'm doing it, you're doing it.
Oh, honestly, why is everyone making such a big fuss? I'll do it if you want.
Right, all 3 of us, let's go.
Oh no.
Titus is gonna actually be more reserved this time. Oh no, go on ahead. He's a little
say,
down.
Should one of us stop this?
But Titus, it's a show of strength, mate. This is like your bag.
I don't know.
Could it be that you want to define yourself outside of your physical merit?
Nah, it's gonna be something else. What's up, mate?
This would be the perfect thing to force Yendon into doing.
I listen to, buddy, and I'm gonna pat him on the shin.
On the knee. Oh, there you go, mate.
Thankfully for you, Titus's kind of knee-jerk reaction isn't what it used to be after such,
Just
constant beatings.
There's such an image of the boot in Tarek across the across everything now.
Just purely involuntarily as well. Just
And death saving throw. Stupid.
Oh.
just a drunk pub starts just using Torek as like a rugby ball or something.
It wouldn't be the first time we've used a party member as an object for a sport.
I mean, more than happy for us to just sit down and invent Blood Bowl in this pub if you want, but
well now.
yeah. So you see a few people are kind of signing up. It seems that largely they're fairly inebriated. Most of them, their friends are kind of egging them on, and they're placing bets on themselves to win.
How's Braxton? Is Braxton pretty big?
He's a fairly large chap, although I think he's on a Zoom call right now, unless he's back.
Yeah, I'm just.
Oh, he's here. So have you you're up to date with what's happening here, or do you need me to catch you up with your arm wrestling?
I didn't catch it was arm wrestling. I heard
So,
there was something going on
yeah.
with wins and.
So it's basically arm wrestling. However, the on either side there's like a dagger sticking up, so the loser gets their hand kind of forced down onto that.
Lovely.
So it's a bit more a bit more violent than your average arm wrestling.
And Titus was all sad and mournful and said it would be the perfect thing to bully Yendorn into doing.
It would happen as well. And then with his -1 strength, he'd somehow still win.
And still win, yeah. Every time.
Havel's just going to say to Titus that I miss him too, mate. But you know what? You know what Yendorn would want? He'd want us to do this in his honour and mutilate some random people.
I think like some, reckless endangerment to really celebrate Yendor.
I'm not so certain, but I won't stop you.
That's what you say, Titus. Do you want to earn some money, get drunk, and show how strong you are? Titus? Titus?
Oh, can you guys not hear me?
No.
Oh my god! I was
we
like,
can hear you now.
God damn it, I was muted. Oh goddamn! I was like, when you were saying, do you want to get drunk, make some money, and all this stuff, and then Titus was, oh no, you know me, I hate all of those things. Wait, I love those things. Yes.
Well, in that case, Havel will go sign up. Havel, Titus, and Toric.
So this guy is, clearly running this whole rig, and he seems to be, keeping a fairly decent ledger of it, and he's got a fairly decent coin purse near him. So it seems to be working. And as you guys approach up, well, would you look at that? We've got 3 different weight categories all signed up at once. Marvelous. Bit of variety always, does wonders for riling up the crowd. He kind of looks at you, Havel. So, well, you're going to be our cruiserweight for sure. We can definitely find you an opponent. You've a little gnome. Going to be a little trickier for you. We don't usually get many signing up for our ultra lightweight matches, but I'm sure we can wrangle up something.
The weight categories. I mean, I'd take on any of these fellas. This one's a big teddy bear, and I point to Titus.
Oh well, if you're sure, I can sign you up to. Well, you know what? It's always good for a laugh. There's nothing better than hitting someone smaller than you. Isn't that right, Jim? As for you, you big chap, well, I've got somebody in mind who would love the opportunity to have an arm wrestle against you. You look like you're a fairly strong chap.
Oh, I am somewhat out of shape. It is the grog.
Well, don't worry, mate. Grog is something that everybody here has had a fair bit to have, so I wouldn't worry yourself too much. But I'll have you boys all signed up, and I'll give you the nod when your times come. Be a couple of minutes yet, so I'd word of advice: get another pint in you.
I will get a pint, but I will just keep it by my side for now.
Okay.
Get in the match.
So he kind of goes back to sorting out a few more things. By now, largely everybody who's going to sign up has signed up, but he's kind of, you see, with a pencil, just quickly drawing up some sort of kind of table, presumably to find opponents for people. But after a while, he does stand back up on his table. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? At this point, the entire pub is like hanging on his every word. It is my great pleasure and solemn duty to inform you that tonight's main event is about to kick off. We have a few brave or foolhardy volunteers from the crowd, and got a few very interesting matches that I'm sure you're all going to be well, really, really excited to see. I know for one that I am. Now, without any further ado, let's get straight on with our first match. So, in the blue corner, we have, and he kind of checks his notebook, one Havel Snake Slayer. And he is going to be fighting Martin Bob Rolf. And he gestures, and Havel, you see this absolutely huge chap. He talks about weight limits, but this guy is clearly on the very upper boundary of yours.
Oh, this guy looks small. You will get him easy.
So this guy kind of sits himself down and kind of gets in the position, and one of his mates kind of comes up and kind of holds a dagger on the on kind of his side of the table. So this kind of announcer gestures for you to take the position. Oh, we didn't discuss this. Have you got a second to hold the dagger for you?
I'm sure one of my esteemed companions will.
I could hold the dagger.
There we go.
So Braxton, you step forward. Yeah, you step forward and draw your dagger, and kind of hold it so that if Havel loses, his hand is going right onto that. But you kind of tend to do it this way so it avoids too much animosity and no accusations of somebody unfairly shoving the dagger up or something. But you kind of sit down opposite this guy, and he's kind of got his arm already in position.
I think I want to do a sneaky.
Oh,
I'm going to pat Havel on the back and be like, good luck, don't flinch. But at that point, I'm going to inject him with something.
roll me a stealth check, please, Torek.
Certainly. No. Flash of intelligence plus 5.
Okay.
14.
So as you kind of slap Havel and inject him with this thing, there's a slight hiss as the kind of mechanism plunges the contents into him. But kind of in the a fairly rowdy environment, and everybody's a bit pissed anyway, it seems to go unnoticed. So what is it you've just injected Havel with?
I've injected Havel with an excuse to use my Flash of Genius on his roll as well, so he can add plus 5 to his fight.
Okay, so Havel, you kind of feel this sharp sting on your back as Torek pats you, but by now you're kind of used to these unexpected pin pricks and kind of the immediate flaming feel in your blood. Kind of lets you know that it's probably some concoction or other that Tarek has just used. But as you kind of sit down and clasp hands with your opponent, you feel pretty confident in yourself. Feel fairly powerful. Right. Well, I'm looking for a nice, lovely, clean match here, gentlemen. Does everybody understand what I mean by that? The kind of chap sat opposite you kind of gives a grunt and a nod.
So, I guess I can't be rubbing his leg under the table then.
Well, why don't you save that for the after party? Hey, Sunshine, let's not get carried away here.
Less snog, more grog.
That is definitely going to be a tramp stamp one of you has to get at some point. Okay, so how this is going to work, Jason, is we're going to basically do best of 3 contested strength rolls.
All right.
So
Yeah.
first round, if you will.
Let's fucking do this. Yeah.
Okay, so you get off to a pretty good start. You can definitely feel whatever it was that Torix used, kind of giving you a bit of a boost. And you managed to kind of get this guy about a quarter of a way down before he, really grits his teeth and kind of pushes back a little bit and gets it more centre line again. So the second one, if you will.
Let's do it, chew it. Crispy's gonna get like a fucking 20 on the next one, isn't he?
Take the +5 on it.
Yeah, I will do. So that'll be a 12 for me.
Mm-hmm. So the opponent clearly at this point, wasn't expecting such a strong start, but like he's determinedly pushing your hands kind of back, and you find yourself kind of getting a little bit close for comfort to Braxton's dagger. So last and final roll, if you will.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
So try as you might to kind of resist this. The dagger ominously close. You grit your teeth and push back as hard as you can. But this guy, he just, in one fluid motion, slams your hand down. And you kind of feel the sharp sting of Braxton's dagger kind of piercing the flesh of your right hand. And your kind of fingers twinge like a little bit involuntarily as, some of the tendons are clearly sliced by this. So how are you going to take D4 piercing damage? So you take 1 damage, and you're also going to have a -1 to hit modifier until that is cured.
Okay. What does it take to cure it, though?
It's going to take a lesser restoration or greater, but
okay.
sleeping won't do it.
Cool.
It'll need professional treatment or magic of some sort.
Excellent. Wonderful.
But as you kind of feel this sharp pain, kind of a crowd roars. The rest of you kind of watching, as Havel. He's, to be fair to him, he doesn't, cry out in pain or anything. He keeps it, pretty well composed. But like very quickly, some random sailor just pats him on the back and thrusts like a giant tankard of grog kind of at his chest. Somebody, starts to patch it up so that he's not bleeding too much anymore. Well done, shipmate. It's it's not bad for a first try. God, I'm sure some of these boys will keep you well lubricated for the rest of the evening. Go away, have a drink, let it cool off. You've earned it. In the meantime,
You did it! You won!
So,
stare at Titus blankly.
So this opponent kind of he stands up and he reaches out with his left hand to kind of shake hands with you. Oh, I'm sorry, mate. It's nothing, no hard feelings. Like it's just a bit of sport, isn't it?
It's alright. I've lost my hand before. It's fine.
Well, okay, cool. Well, perhaps we'll have a drink later. But yeah, he seems, he didn't really, mean you any ill will by this. It's just, part of the game. Well, that's the first one out of the way, and it's a good one to start off with, I think. Don't know about you, but I thought that was quite entertaining. Now, let's move on to some of the more interesting fights, shall I say. Now, This chap is so crazy that he told me he specifically wants to fight someone bigger than him. So that's what I'm going to let him do. In the red corner, introducing, well, he calls himself Toric, but nobody knows more. He's a mysterious contender. He could be one to watch out for. And
Hello, everyone.
the pose. So as you stand up, you get like a bit of a cheer as you take your position. And to oppose him, we have a few of you who've been here longer and seen these evenings before. You'll know him. We all love him. Brilliant chap, great arm wrestler. Gonna be a good match here. We have Ulrich Vincent. Please, everybody, put your hands together for our two next contestants. So, Tarek, you see kind of posing you, kind of stepping forward from the crowd. He's not wrong. This guy is bigger than you. Not by much, but what he lacks in height, he makes up for in just general mass. As a dwarf steps from the crowd and kind of takes position on his seat.
Cool. I'm gonna go. Excuse me. I need to take my vitamins. Yes. And I'm gonna. Oh God! How many spells should I use?
I thought you were just going to do a line of crack off the table or something.
Tempting, actually. Tempting. Oh, four? No, okay. I'm going to use both my potions and kind of like when people get 2 beer cans and drink them together.
Yeah.
Cold Steve Austin. Is that what you're doing?
I'm going to do that, and after putting a pill in my mouth, and a few things are going to happen. First, I'm going to cast boldness on myself. So I get a bonus 1d4 to attack rolls and saving throws in the next minute. I'm also casting Enlarge Person on myself. But then...
but wait, there's more.
To use the Transmutation Potion to try and make my change in height less apparent.
Wow.
I don't see any issue with any of this.
I just love a way where you just kind of come to the table and just start doping in front of the referee.
I mean, is he gonna?
Probably.
Well,
just gonna I need my vitamin water, just clearly getting muscular.
So a few of the patrons are just trying to chug as you kind of down these various potions. You know what, Tarek? I need you to roll me just a flat d20 as just luck.
Yes, this is a lot going on. I want it to be this way. 14.
So the transmutations take effect, and through luck or skill, you've managed to kind of get the dosages right. So the changes are so slight that they seem to go unnoticed. You hide it a little bit as you kind of contort backwards to let out like a huge belch, which again just gets a roar of approval from the gathered sailors.
This is excellent. Now, the funny thing is, I think that transmutation spell isn't going to last as long as the Enlarged Person spell. No. So... oh no, it lasts the same rate. Ignore me.
Okay. So, with the mineral water consumed, your opponent has kind of sat down, and he's got his second there with the dagger. Who are you having holding the blade for you?
I'm going to swivel around and point at Triss and go, she'd probably do it.
Triss nods, steps forward and grabs the dagger.
So Braxton Triss kind of steps forward and takes the kind of already bloodied dagger from your hand and takes up position at the side of the table. Well then, if the contestants are ready, well, I sure know that I am. What do you say, everybody? Should we get to it? Yeah! It's like, everybody's hyped now after, Tarek has bigged himself up and, the dwarf is clearly a bigger opponent, so they're looking forward to seeing how this one goes. So,
No,
same...
I'm gonna hold out my hand to the dwarf and go, "Best of luck, old chum."
Yeah, you too. Gotta say, it's got some respect to you stepping up like this. Not many that would do that.
You only live once after all. And
Oh, not at the rate you're going, mate. So he takes your hand and kind of everyone just goes silent, and then the whistle blows. So strength saving throw, if you will, Tarek.
cool. That's thrown at advantage with an additional D4. Oh, no. Okay, that's 9 plus.
Did you say
I'm
it was a
gonna do flash of genius.
saving throw or an ability check?
Saving throw.
Are you
So-
within 10 feet of Braxton?
You are within 10 feet of Braxton.
+4.
A +4 on
Son
that.
of a bitch.
So that actually matches the dwarf. Actually,
Yes, if the dwarf was unmodified, which he is not. So you
I should
kind
have
of,
tried it.
you go in there confidently, kind of dosed up a little bit, and you kind of grasp this dwarf's hand, and you kind of push with the force you're kind of expecting to exert, and it doesn't move his hand. And as this kind of sparks a little moment from you,
Yeah.
the dwarf kind of makes a little bit of progress and starts slowly inching your hand towards Triss's waiting dagger. So second round, if you will.
I need to think of something. Oh, nat 20 plus 2. That's 22.
Okay, so Tarek, you kind of come back very strong straight away. You actually kind of do a little bit of a trick here. You kind of hurry up your breathing. You try and hyperventilate as fast as you can to really get the heart pumping.
Yeah.
And as you do this, you really start to feel this kind of stimulants almost in your blood really start to take hold, and very quickly you undo the progress that the dwarf has made, and you kind of get him on the defensive now. So last one, please.
I'm definitely going to put a +5 on this. As Torek has a Safari moment! Because in his head, he's realized that these stimulating drugs react quicker to oxygen, and his hyperventilating just kicks it up harder. So that's 17 plus 5, 22 plus 2, 24.
So you kind of, again, just keep up the breathing. And the dwarf, like, you can see that he's, sweating now quite hard, and he's really, red in the face trying to stop this. But your arm just kind of, almost in a mechanical fashion, just keeps on moving. And very quickly, this dwarf finds his hand kind of forced down onto his friend's dagger. The crowd goes wild. The underdog that nobody was really rooting for has pulled it off and kind of given this dwarf something to think about. You can see that some of his friends around him are kind of laughing at him. But yeah, somebody gives him a drink, and the announcer kind of walks over, pats you on the back. Well, what did I say? It's a name that's going to be one to fear around these parts. Toric. Well done, mate. That's a cracking debut performance. Here's your share of the winnings. And he hands you a coin purse containing 15 gold pieces, which, for the clientele here, that's a lot of money.
That is sick.
So he pats you on the back, gives you the gold, and kind of, raises your hand, and people cheer, and a drink appears out of the crowd. The grog is really flowing now.
Yeah, he waves with his other hand and goes, "Thank you, everyone!" like he just does not know how to properly react under these circumstances.
Well, moving on in a similar light, let's end the evening's affairs with the heavyweight, shall we?
I wonder who this will be.
From out of town, we have a man so big they had to build a special door just to get him in here. His friends, say they're only with him because otherwise he'd kill them. He's a vicious one to watch out for. His name is, and he quickly checks his notebook again, Titus. And he kind of, gestures to you.
Hey, that's my name!
The crowd are, loving this. You're obviously a very big chap. They're expecting this to be a real display of strength. Well, and in the other corner, well, what can I say? He's been doing this kind of thing for years now, and he hasn't lost once. You know him. You love him. Everybody, make some noise for Earfod! And, he gestures to a large dragonborn of a coppery colour. And he seems to be, his face is kind of stuck in a grimace. There's, missing scales all kind of over his body. He's clearly been in a few brawls. But the guy's big. I mean, he's not quite Titus's size, but he's pretty damn stocky as well. So you reckon they'd probably be, either at or close to the same weight as each other. But as he sits down, he kind of fixes you with a bit of a glare, Titus.
Hello!
He kind of in response just really grunts at you. But his arm is already outstretched, kind of claws towards you. And, formality-wise, who's going to be your second there, big guy?
And he just looks back at everybody.
Havel will coming over. Just take the knife, stare over him and be like, "Alright then, your turn."
I hope I can win too!
Don't let his bloody hand near it. It's some kind of disease or something.
So, Triss, Havel takes the dagger from your hand and goes and takes up position at Titus's side of the table. So as you guys lock arms, the kind of the tension in the pub is kind of palpable. Like everybody's on the edge of their either seats or leaning in over people in front of them to try and get a good view of this. Well, if the contestants are ready, on my mark, and go! So, a strength saving throw, please.
A saving throw?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's 13.
So yeah, that's not going to do it. So you kind of grasp this guy's hands, Titus, and you could feel it. Whilst he's not as big as you, there is just kind of strength in this arm that kind of rivals, if not surpasses, your own. And as you kind of try and wrestle him over towards the dagger. You find that the Dragon Ironborn just kind of fixes you with like this cold stare and just slowly but surely starts pushing your hand down.
I'm gonna break eye contact with him.
Okay. And as you do it, roll me a second round.
It's 25.
So as you kind of break eye contact, you see you kind of half catch it in your peripherals, but the Dragonborn just snarls. Clearly seems to have taken offense at that, and he just slams with incredible strength your hand down on this dagger as Havel is holding it. It doesn't really hurt that much. You've clearly had worse blows, but
I'll stones endurance it.
So
it stops on the tip. That's kind of cool.
So it barely goes in, and because you've used Stone's endurance, you're not going to get the penalty because that's I think a fairly decent use of the racial trait.
What does that mean? That we can keep going?
No, because you have lost.
Oh,
you have lost. So there's obviously the lack of blood. The crowd's a little bit disappointed by. There's a few mutters and all that. I mean, somebody still hands you a glass of grog, but it's kind of not a full tankard. It's a bit of a tumbler.
I did it! I win!
Well, very well, folks. Irfan remains our undefeated champion of this particular tavern. Well, that's all we've got time for tonight. I hope that all of you have, well, I would say a safe evening, but let's be honest, they're never the fun ones, are they? And I'll bid you good night. But he closes his book and grabs the fairly sizable pouch of coins away. And the kind of crowd dissipates a little bit. People rush to the bar again to top up. It seems that was the main event over, as it were.
Derek, you are bad at that game.
Torik's just gonna say sorry, Titus, I'm counting my money at the moment.
Just making it rain with 15 gold.
Hey, that's a lot of supplies you can buy.
Dude, to be fair, I think in this bar we'll fucking...
Yeah, you'll do all right on those kind of funds here.
I believe it's customary for when a friend gets a big payment that they buy the next round. Am I getting that? Am I getting that correct?
Yes, I will purchase the next round.
But
so yeah, Titus, you make your way to the bar, and it's pretty easy for you to force your way through a few people.
It is now.
Yeah. And you order another keg of this grog for 5 silver. Yeah, it's flowing thick and fast here. So you get that sorted for everybody.
Wait, 5 silver, not... Oh my gosh, that's brilliant. This is the best bar we've been to yet.
So you kind of walk back this kind of small keg on your shoulder, you kind of slam it down on the table in front of everybody and their empty tankards.
nice.
Sorry, I was just logging the gold exchange.
Yeah, no worries.
I say that was fun.
Well done, Tarek.
Yeah, couldn't have done it without my friend Adrenal Strengthio.
Yes, it's always nice to see a legitimate win in the party.
Yes, legitimate. Totally not doping.
So yeah, I mean, by now, sorry, your companions know you well enough that they didn't. It wasn't a hard conclusion to jump to, really, that you'd been, should we say, unfairly aided by your vitamin water.
Yes, my vitamins.
Vitamin C for crack.
Yes, I would like to go out and buy 1 spoon and 1 lighter. one flint and steel.
You just have to start a campfire to heat it up. Yeah, so you guys refill courtesy of Titus. By now it is getting late, and people are starting to get a bit. Well, you see the first few people really start to pass out, and a few of them are carried out by friends, presumably back to their ships. Others are just left where they are. But it seems the sailors are going pretty hard tonight.
Well, I would suggest an early night for us to set off in the morning. But knowing you all, bother. I'll speak to the barkeep about getting some rooms, some beds.
Mm-hmm. So the barkeep's able to hook you up with a pretty basic but room large enough to accommodate all of you for a lofty 8 silver pieces.
I'll pay that.
So he hands you a particularly battered looking key and points you upstairs to a room.
That's the price of a disposable napkin at the other joint.
It's yeah, as he said, fairly basic. The bunks look like they've been there for considerable time, and it looks like the sheets may have been there even longer. But a bed's a bed at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yeah. So let's get some rest and continue investigating the next day.
Okay. So Tarek and Rulin head off to bed. Triss and Braxton, what have you been up to kind of in the aftermath of this?
Just first of all, sort of having a quick investigation of all the losers' wounds, making sure nobody's sort of got something that's going to cause them too much problems.
So none of them appear to be particularly dangerous wounds. Really, after the application of bandages, kind of the bleeding has largely been staunched, and you suspect that given time, they'll heal. I mean, people are going to have scars from this, obviously. Dagger going in tends to do that, but it's not going to be
no gangrene or anything.
No, nothing looks infected to your eye.
Yeah,
No
and then I spend some time just cleaning the dagger, getting the blood off it.
Yep. So you you take the time to do that properly. The whole look after your gear, and your gear will look after you. Philosophy at work.
Nothing else really in particular. I'll probably head up not long after.
Yeah.
The first
Okay. Cool. Well, is there anything that people want to kind of get done before heading up? Want to mingle? Want to explore? Who's next? Or are we just going to call it a night there? And
I'm ready to call it.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So in fairly short order after the others go up, you guys join them in your accommodation. It's a bit crowded, but you're used to each other's company. Obviously, Braxton excluded, but you're obviously familiar with the Slayer's lifestyle, so it doesn't doesn't bother you too much. And as the night goes, you kind of get woken up a couple of times by, particularly rowdy bunch moving into rooms near you, clearly back from their night's misadventures. But I mean, overall, it's not the best night's sleep you've ever had, but you wake up feeling reasonably well rested, more so than you probably would just on the roadside. So as you come downstairs, this clearly isn't a place that offers a breakfast as well. The tables are still pretty much awash with spilt grog from last night. A few of them are still upended. You see the barkeep with his kind of cloth on the table and him just asleep in one of the chairs. Probably, had a tipple or two himself when he was working. But you've already paid up, so kind of free to come and go as you please. So, Tarek, did you say you were looking to potentially get some supplies?
Oh, that does remind me, actually. I'm just going to roll 2d6 here.
Mm-hmm.
Eureka! I've done it again! Oh. Feels like something's missing there. Oh.
To be fair, in these close compartments, you're annoying everybody with that now, so you get a few protests.
Yes. Luckily, it's so early in the morning that I'm in my room, so they won't know who yelled it. It's not like my voice is...
Not a clue. Yeah.
I've got a potion of boldness and a potion of flight. We still don't really know what we're dealing with here, so...
Guess we just go to the town.
I mean... I think I'd just do like a general stock up, so maybe buying some parchment, empty flasks, that kind of thing. Maybe yeah, I think parchment flasks. I can't really think of anything else that would be needing. Yeah, if any of my archaeology equipment needs updating, this seems like as good a place as any.
Yeah, so you can definitely get a hold of some kind of basic supplies. You find some of the quality you're kind of looking for here, and you buy yourself a good couple of kind of about 20 or so sheets of high quality parchment, and about 5 good kind of vials and test tubes of assorted sizes. Cost you about 10 gold pieces in total.
Cool. This is excellent. Oh, I just clicked add instead of remove the gold. Awesome. A good use of my winnings, wouldn't you say? Oh, well, that's right. I'm alone.
The opportunity to stock up on anything, or just generally shop for stuff?
I want to buy a couple of flasks of oil, like 2 or 3.
Okay. 3 flasks of oil. So you kind of wander off down to a merchant's district, and you manage to find some guy doing it wholesale. So he dishes you out some oil, kind of pours them into the flasks, and gives it back to you for 7 gold pieces.
Anyone else for anything?
Nope.
No, I'm good.
Right, let's saddle up.
For me.
So, kind of following the description of the village and the directions you kind of receive from the survivors, it doesn't take you too long to kind of pick up the main trail, as it were, kind of leading up north from Eventide. As you go, you kind of do pass a few coastal villages where there seems to be some fishing going on. They seem small, similar again to the description given to you earlier. Like these places themselves, there are a few of them, but none look like they're larger than just 10 or 11 huts or houses. The ships, well, they're not really ships; they're really just small fishing boats. But you can see, there are some reasonably large kind of nets strung up as you pass. But you keep going, and as you kind of get towards mid-afternoon, Havel, roll me a perception with advantage.
That's a 20. Like, not 20.
So
Most natural.
you kind of see up ahead still a few kind of wisps of smoke rising, but also carried on the breeze you hear a distinct crack of what sounds to be a log of sizable dimensions kind of snapping from up ahead.
Ew. Like when you say up ahead, would I have any idea how far?
At this point, couple of 100 meters, kind of same general area you suspect the smoke is rising from.
Okay, I will relay the information to the rest of the party. I expect there maybe something pretty big up ahead.
Now, how could you possibly know that, honestly?
Well, from what I hear with my human ears, is a pretty fucking big log being snapped.
Well, we should proceed cautiously. Or we could change our route and try and come at it from the side.
Or we barrel in and hope for the best.
Or we could dismount and go in a bit quieter.
Let's do that.
Yeah, definitely don't let me choose after the last time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Havel, you obviously having told everybody this, take the lead in dismounting. Everybody follows suit. So Havel, you kind of try and pick up a kind of path that's going to be, the more subtle approach to this village. So roll me a nature check.
That's a 21.
Okay, so you kind of find a kind of particularly large thicket of dense undergrowth, which not as common as they usually are, but you manage to find one and kind of lead the party kind of along behind it. And as you draw nearer, you kind of start to see the kind of smouldering remains of what were once huts and houses of various descriptions up ahead. You can also smell, the definite smell of rotting flesh up ahead. And as you kind of get a little bit closer, you could swear you see a bit of movement up in the village, but you can't really make it out through the bushes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. In classic Havel fashion, is there a tree nearby?
You're in a forest, so yes.
No, but no, we were like coming out of, what I mean, out of the forest into just a load of bushes or whether or not there were still trees.
Yeah, there's going to be a tree. You probably have to get reasonably high up to kind of see over some of the smaller trees in the way, but you can probably do it.
Okay, cool. I'll stare. I don't know. I was going to do it then. I was gonna say Titus just throw me, but no, I'll climb. I'll climb.
Okay. Okay, so acrobatics check, please, if you will.
Okay.
So you kind of make it up this tree in very short order, very athletically, kind of climbing up and then nimbly pivoting to swing yourself into the higher branches. So yeah, I mean, you is honestly for the rest of you, this is a side to Havel you haven't seen for a while. He's been so fixated with his telescope that you forget he's actually a fairly nimble chap. But you make your way to the very top branches of this tree. As you kind of hold on to the top of the trunk, it sways a bit, but this vantage point offers you a kind of prime view into the village, and you can see up ahead there appear to be three very large humanoid figures, all kind of gathered. They seem to be preoccupied with something. But you're still a little bit far to really get too much detail.
Okay. I have a query because I've never actually thought of using it like this. The spyglass.
Mm-hmm.
Is it something that you kind of have to want to move, or is it just the second you use it, you're just gonna be like bump?
So I think for the purposes of wording the spell, it would have to be a willing creature. But like in terms of flavoring it like that, it would be probably something where as soon as you put your eye to it, you would go.
Go whoosh. Alright, okay, that's fine. Well, considering that's out of the question, I will go back down to the rest of the party. Just tell them, be like, it's three pretty big things in the middle of a smouldering village.
Oh.
Then we have to help.
How big?
If I was to guess, I would ask Crispy.
So without being to put an accurate figure on it, you would definitely say they were bigger than Titus.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. I'd be like, well, I didn't have my measuring tape with me, but they were bigger than our biggest guy.
Some sort of giant, then maybe.
Oh, I'd say so. I don't know. I couldn't really make out too many features from back here.
We'll have to be very careful about how we approach this.
Maybe we could ambush him.
So if they're quite large and they're probably not expecting anyone to show up after they've just demolished the town. Yeah. Let's. Did you see anywhere, Havel, where we could possibly get out and surprise them? Or a way that we could sneak up a bit closer without being spotted?
Using my keen mind feat, I will pose the question of, did I see anywhere?
So from your lofty viewpoint, you saw what you think would be a relatively safe path to kind of get to the village, but you did also see another one that would be harder going, but would probably get you closer in whilst remaining undetected.
Okay. I would would tell the two, but suggest the harder path. Or slightly harder going path, just to get a bit closer, just so we can see what was going on, maybe. If anyone has any objections, feel free to raise.
If it will give us the best possible chance in fight, worth trying.
Okay then. Let's do it, chew it.
Okay, so how will you take point again and lead everybody down this. It's a slightly kind of more uneven terrain, but the kind of foliage around you offers you the kind of best approach to these things. But yeah, you guys draw closer, and everybody roll me a stealth check, please.
Oh, baby, this is where I get.
Oh, Auric.
Oh, Richard. Oh,
Auric vanishes from sight.
Oh, Richard with disadvantage for his plate mail, please.
oh.
I didn't want to be the guy to point it out.
I really want to see.
I was
Richard's
speaking,
special.
but
Mine's
oh,
ten.
I've got push to talk on. Yeah, that's a
Ah.
6.
Okay, so as you guys kind of draw closer, kind of Braxton, you kind of lose your footing a little bit on this uneven terrain, and you very quickly and kind of instinctively reach out to a branch to steady yourself and keep your feet. But in doing so, kind of the pauldrons of your plate mail kind of rattled into kind of a chest piece, and that noise is just carried. However, you at the front, you just see these three things just kind of their heads bolt up, kind of in your direction, and just one of them just lets out an absolutely blood-curdling howl. Everybody roll initiative, please.
Wicked.
How you say?
Bear chung, mate.
Ooh, 23. Go on.
So you guys
I
have,
get I get advantage on initiative.
if everybody could scale themselves down to be 5 feet as well, that'd be ideal, and then just somewhere in this corner.
Not off the foot, I can do that.
19 plus 2, 21. Oh,
Beholder? Sorry, what's this?
Building,
Hmm?
because of my
Beholder.
Got the
Get rid of
Oh
that.
no, yeah, but these can all go.
it's
Goes in.
happening again!
Fucking hell, Charlie.
Uh,
Meal out of
Alrighty, so it's going to be.
that. Where's? Oh, I'm already 5 feet on it. Yeah.
Hey Chris, could I
already done it
position
for me.
myself behind this building because I got a nat 20 on stealth, please?
Yeah, you can. I would say that is a fair use of a nat 20.
Nats. I was gonna put.
I got a 23. Can I do the same?
Can Havel already be up his tree?
Yeah, can I come up with something at this point?
I didn't think he ever left.
It's just directing from above top. Right, you need to turn left.
Guys! Guys!
Oh, you're left.
Yeah.
Oh, the end on can go. Oh, there's always something I forget to do when I'm doing this.
Come in from here, so I will.
Well, these don't look like giants, really, do they?
No, they're big.
They are the sexiest giants I've ever seen.
They're big, but
They look like friends.
in fact, you know what? How you might have heard rumors of these things in your time as a ranger. So roll me a history check.
Ooh, exciting! Havel knows things.
Torrik doesn't.
Let me rephrase. Havel might know things. So for history, that is a whole 10.
You've kind of heard rumors about things like this. You've always put them down to folklore, but you kind of know that the name Wendigo has been thrown around.
Oh, it's funny
Not
because
a
when I looked
Wendigo.
at them, I was like, "Oh, that looks like a cannibal." Wonderful.
And actually, I couldn't really find the right terrain to do it, but as you can see, there's kind of piles of dismembered kind of carrion at the base of this tree that they've clearly been feasting on.
Oh, okay, that's a good tree to.
But how you kind of hear this kind of plate armor clank behind you, and you kind of catch on straight away that the game's up. They're gonna have heard that, so you're fast in drawing your bow, so you'll go.
So they definitely don't look friendly, do they? We don't
no.
want to chat to these guys. Okay,
No,
just-
these don't appear to be in a particularly talkative mood.
no diplomatic resolutions. Okay.
Hello, friends.
Okay, have you got a moment to talk about your Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ?
Greetings, travellers.
Can I have a new marker for the initiative board?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I just put the Andorn one on because
Bringing back painful memories now. Oh, right, okay.
This was his favourite
The
initiate tracker.
bonus part of this is when shit's so big, you don't really need a vantage point. So I'm going to standard arrows first, just so I can see what they're going to do. Bonus action on number 3 is going to be Hunter's Mark,
Okay.
and I'm just going to fire off 2 standard arrows.
Okay, so roll those to hit, please. Remembering your -1 penalty from. Not that it
27
matters.
26.
Yeah.
Did they hit?
So, yeah, so these 2 arrows, as this one looks up, you manage to kind of slot these arrows right into its torso. So roll your damage, please.
Wow, 22.
22. So,
That was useless.
so the arrows kind of stick in, but they don't seem to have really kind of done much more than just alert this thing to your presence.
Okay, that's good to know. And I am then going to. How high is this building?
So it's only a single story. So jumping up to the roof, like getting onto that ledge, probably about a 10-foot ledge.
20. Okay, I would like to try and jump on there. Am I going to need to roll? I'm guessing.
Acrobatics, please.
Yeah, this will be funny.
Someone outside my window.
Oh my sweet motherfucker! Yeah, it's a 5.
So you kind of go to jump onto one of these buildings, and as you reach up, kind of the beam that you're trying to get onto is still hot. So it kind of catches you a bit by surprise, and you drop back down to the ground.
Okay. In that case, I'm just going to get to this corner on the ground and just end it here.
Okay. So you fire off those shots and move. Titus, your senses are obviously fairly keen. Seeing these things kind of spurs you into action pretty quickly. So you're up. Muted.
Oh, I said which did. Oh, sorry. I keep doing that. Did Havel shoot number 3?
He did, yeah.
Yarp.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only gets me to there. I also don't just want to expose myself that early. But I guess these probably are moving forward.
Yeah, buy them a drink first, at least, mate.
I'm gonna. Titus is gonna move up because he's like even hanging around with you guys. He's learned to sort of be strategic, and also hunting mammoths with his dad still runs through his veins. So he's gonna move up to this corner of the house and sort of take a defensive stance here, and throw javelins at number 3.
So you kind of take up position here and pull out some javelins, and as these arrows strike back, you kind of fling them too. So roll those up, please.
Sorry, bonus action rage, obviously.
Obviously.
So first one, reckless as well with these 2, obviously. That is 24. 24 for the first one.
Right.
And then 25 for the second one.
So you kind of use the kind of opportunity that Havel's arrows have kind of brought by just drilling these javelins like straight across into this thing's flesh. So roll me the damage, please.
This will be plus 12. So 16.
So again, they go in, but not particularly deep, nor do they seem to be actually causing this thing to bleed.
And then he's just sort of gonna yell back, "Get behind me!" But that one does have the ancestors now, though. So
yes, Rulin, you are now up. So Titus has just kind of bellowed that command, and you've seen your companions like pepper this thing with projectiles.
Yeah. I'll move up opposite Titus. I'll draw my bow. Fire a couple of shots at number 3. Not necessarily expecting it to do a whole lot, but don't like the idea of getting too close. First shot. Oh, nice.
Right, so kind of a running shot. You kind of slide into cover here and draw back the bow. You got to put an arrow squarely into this thing's neck.
Oh, max damage is 18. That'll be
So this one makes it stagger a little bit.
a little bit.
As the arrows clearly hit it somewhere.
I'll turn to the other. Well, actually, should I make an insight check really to see if I can tell what that's really doing to it?
Yes, why not? With disadvantage because it's a creature you're not familiar with.
I'll just roll this in. Uh, 11.
You think it's probably more surprise than any actual harm.
Yeah. So I'll turn to the others and just shout. Doesn't seem these things are affected by normal weaponry. We might need to pull something special out of the bag, and he'll sort of look at Triss and Torek. And maybe Braxton doesn't really know what Braxton's capable of. So
yeah, this will be the boys' first blood taste.
But
with not much else to do, he'll fire a second arrow anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Not as good, but still a 16.
So that one misses.
Okay.
This thing kind of raises its kind of fairly oversized talons, and just you see the arrowhead strike one of them, and kind of sparks as it pings off, kind of deflected out of the way. So this thing then is, now very much alerted to kind of where you guys are at. Having,
I'll also sheath my bow.
Okay. So having taken that kind of fairly hard hit from Rulin, it just kind of looks at you and then, well, for its size, it's surprising how quickly it does it, but it just kind of goes on all fours and just bounds towards you.
Oh, great.
So 5, 15, 20. And then it's just going to swing at you with its kind of large talons. So obviously this one's one that Titus has got the ancestors on, so it'll be disadvantage. And just as well. Not that that's fantastic at 23.
Yeah, that hits.
So these claws kind of tear into kind of exposed flesh there, Rulin. The downside of wearing no armor is when something does actually hit, it hits pretty hard. So that's going to be 12 damage to you in total.
I'll use the Ancestral Guardian's reaction. So this will be my reaction for the turn.
Okay.
I'll reduce that by 2d6.
So roll them up, please.
Nice.
That's only 3 damage.
Okay, so Ruin, you take a little bit, but not much on that one. Kind of the blue glow seems to be surrounding you. However, it's going to make its second attack also against you.
Is Yandorn there with the ancestors?
Oof. Well, the dice gods clearly aren't.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So another one, the blue kind of fades away from you, and as this thing's talons of the other hand kind of come in an upward swing. So let me roll that again. So you take another 10 damage there, Rulen, as these claws just rake their way up your flesh. But that's the end of that one's go. So, Braxton, you've seen these guys kind of fairly quickly leap into action in what seems to be a pretty well rehearsed strategy. Obviously, this isn't a group you've fought with before, but at the end of the day, this is still a hunt. So you've kind of seen these things bearing down on Rulen. What is it you're going to be doing?
So, as I start moving, I pull out my sword and my shield,
Mm-hmm.
and I move up towards the one that's with Rulen.
Okay.
Just there. And some technical issues. Here we go. I'm going to take a swing one-handed with the long sword.
Okay. So roll that, please.
That's a 17 to hit.
So kind of you come in and swing at this thing's leg as its kind of claws are busy going for Rulen. But you kind of hit it in the knee, but you just feel the longsword kind of almost bounce off this thing's kind of bony kneecaps. It was, you cut a little bit of skin, but nothing that's going to do any damage.
And I'll swing my second attack as well.
Okay.
Nice.
So, kind of having the first slash do so little, you change tactics a little. Kind of take a step back and then kind of almost propel yourself upwards with a jumping thrust to this thing's chest. And you feel the sword kind of penetrate this thing's skin, and you give it a little twist, and you hear a cracking of ribs as you force this blade up into this thing's abdomen. So, roll me the damage, please.
Yeah, just checking my spell slots.
I wonder what he's going to do with a crit as a paladin.
Yes, that's a level 2 smite, funnily enough.
Yeah.
Is smite doubled as well, or is it?
It is. It's silly that it is, but smite is one of those things that doubles from a crit.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Right, so it's
So roll them separately as well, because smite will obviously be a different damage type.
Yeah.
Radiant.
So the sword is 2d8 plus 4. 18 slashing, I assume.
Yep. So 2d8.
And then, this is going to be big. It's 25 radiant damage.
Are you
So,
kidding me?
A couple of unfortunate ones there.
So the rest of you kind of watch as this kind of like, heavily clad slayer, a slayer you've never seen fight before, kind of runs in, kind of puts himself almost between Rulen and this beast, and just like plunges this blade deep into this thing's chest. And as he does so, you kind of hear the crack of what sounds like thunder, and this kind of flash of light seems to erupt from the wound. And this thing is kind of reeling from that blow. It kind of screes and tries to pull itself off the sword. It hasn't liked that one bit.
Titus has only seen men in armor very rarely, and they're usually chickens and cowards, so he's just in awe at this.
And then the last thing I'm going to do is use my last 5 feet of movement and lay on hands. That is a bonus action, right?
I would have to check.
No, sorry, it's an
It
action.
is.
No, it's an
Oh, is
action.
it? All right.
Sorry. Yeah, so ignore that. I'll just stay there.
Okay, cool. So yeah, you take up a defensive position, kind of almost in front of Rulin here. And you raise your shield kind of to be at the ready. So meanwhile, the other two have now kind of caught on to what's happening. So number 2 here is going to, again, almost in a kind of cruel mockery of a dog, kind of get up on its all fours and just leap and bound its way over. And the only one that's going to be able to reach here is Titus, so he kind of uses his long arms to just take a kind of a swipe down at you, Titus, with those viciously long talons.
Oh,
So reckless.
fuck.
Oh fuck.
Yes.
So that's
Aha.
gonna be- So that is going to be 31, so 15 damage to you.
15 damage. Okay.
And its second attack. This one, you managed to get your shield in the way in time. But that first blow, came pretty hard, even on your kind of stony skin. It did manage to leave fairly nasty incision, kind of down from your left shoulder, kind of almost to your belly button. They're not deep enough to be life-threatening or even the worst that you've taken, but yeah, it wasn't a pleasant experience. And then the first one is actually he's going to leap on top of this house. And being a fairly big creature on a small house, that's not actually that difficult to do. But as it's there, it's going to kind of raise its head backwards and kind of again do another one of these blood-curdling screams. So everybody in 30 foot, I need you to make me a DC 14 or Wisdom saving throw, if you would.
Ruling, you get +4 to this because you're within 10 feet of me.
Ah.
That includes me, doesn't it?
Yes.
DC, what was it?
14, please.
Oh yeah, passed.
I'm liking Braxton.
Oh, Torek has failed.
Yes, motherfucker.
Okay, so was that only Torek who failed it?
No, Titus failed too.
Titus failed too. Okay, so for you two, this is this is a terrifying howl. God, Titus, you're usually pretty brave, but having just had one of these do a pretty vicious attack on you, having a second one appear like just towering above you, it's enough to even make you kind of tremble. So you guys now are frightened. At the end of each of your next turns, you'll be able to make that save throw again. But attacks and ability checks, I think it is. Let me just double check that before I slap it on you. Disadvantage for checks and attacks whilst the source of fear is in sight, and you can't voluntarily move closer towards it. So it's number 1 for those purposes. So Tori, you can't you don't think this thing has seen you, but you can kind of see its head towering over the kind of ruins walls
God.
and buildings here.
Yeah, I was about to ask about my line of sight.
So yeah, whilst you're kind of over this ruined bit of a house, that thing's going to be in view. But if you kind of get a bit closer to the actual walls here, which paradoxically you can't because that would be moving closer to it. But yeah, break line of sight and you don't get the penalties. Okay, which does actually bring us on to Toric and your turn.
Ooh. I am going to try and attack in such a way that doesn't. Being frightened means I'll have disadvantage against with attacks on it, right?
Yes.
Just anything. It's as long as that thing's in line of sight.
Oh, okay.
If you can somehow attack it without looking at it, then maybe. But
I reckon I could do that.
I think whatever
If
you try
anyone
and figure out to do that would probably give you disadvantage anyway.
But it'd be a cool way of having disadvantage.
Well, I know where it is, and do I even do that? That seems a bit cheesy. Its face is horrifying, though. Do I take my It's at the end of the turn to do the next resistance roll, right?
It is, yeah, at the end of your next turn. So, effectively, once you've done your action here.
Okay, yeah. I think I'm gonna try and do that thing where I'm gonna crouch here, and a crouching gnome is only about 2 foot off the ground, and he's gonna use his bonus action to try and perceive this environment here, see if there's any large bits of rubble that he can use.
So yeah, I mean, this house is kind of a smouldering wreck. So there are kind of a couple of loose stones from the wall. There's some kind of charred timbers. There's definitely debris here.
Cool. I load a device onto my arm catapult and fire it onto a larger bit of debris. It curls around it and then shoots out its own little boomer blades around it before flinging in a direction toward the creature as its own little projectile. I'm going to cast Catapult, Crispy, if that's cool with you.
Okay. So yeah, you select a suitable bit of debris and kind of. Is it a saving throw that the creature has to make, or is that an attack roll?
It's a Dex saving throw.
Okay, so this thing is obviously facing the kind of rest of the group. So you launch one of these kind of mini boomer blades at this thing. So it is going to make that throw. DC 16, is it?
Yes, on Dex.
Ooh. So as the device kind of clinks into this bit of rubble and kind of starts spinning up the boom blades, but creature seems to cock its head back. It's almost as if it's heard this whir as this device starts up. And it turns just in time to kind of see this thing launch in its direction. And again, for such a big creature, it moves with almost an alarming alacrity and kind of contorts itself out of the way. And this kind of boomer blade shoots up and over.
So it's a bit funny how this works, actually, because it kind of flings in a line and keeps going until it hits something, I guess.
So from your angle, it's going to be up. So that's going to go over Titus's head and probably get stuck in a tree
Hit
somewhere.
a tree here or something, yeah.
Yeah, it just smashes into a bit of debris. I was just wondering if it's going to hit this wall here or something.
No, that would just due to the kind of relative angles here. You're pretty much firing at almost 45 degrees up, so it's probably just going to go off.
Well, a catapult doesn't necessarily go up.
This thing's on top of the house, is what I mean. So this thing here is on top of the house. So if you're firing debris from the floor,
okay.
Yeah,
Sorry,
so
I misunderstood. I thought it was.
no, it's cool. But yeah, just due to the nature of kind of where the debris is and where the target is, that one is just going to go up.
That's kind of cool. Anyway, yeah, on a successful save, he avoids the attack entirely. Sadly for me.
So yeah, this boom blaze, you kind of curse and note to yourself maybe you need to oil it a bit so that you avoid that startup whir.
Need some more WD-39.
Also, like the idea of Tarek making notes. Oh, I must have made it at least 200 meters. That's a new record.
I've already used my bonus action, so it's going to be the movement action to write in the.
Just as he's running away, just jotting it down frantically. Okay, so do you have any movement you'd like to make?
Actually, good. I kind of crouched low and tried to not move so much to try and keep hidden. So I'm going to say no. I'm good.
Okay, so do you want to roll me that same for again? DC 14 Wisdom.
So I almost forgot. Thank you. Oh, would you look at that?
Yep, the big scary monster is still scary. Even more so now you've had a proper look at it.
Just so you know, Torek gets a -3 to his Wisdom saving throw.
So it was close then.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
So yeah, Tarek, this thing, obviously you're not surrounded by your teammates for any support, so you're just kind of looking up at this nightmare creature. But still has viscera around its kind of talons and mouth from the what you assume to be the remains of the more unlucky of the villagers. Okay, brings us on to Triss.
Okay, so I think Triss is gonna pull a Havel. I would like to try and get up into this little white tree behind me.
Okay, so that's going to need an acrobatics check.
Okay. Oops, I've done 2 there.
Just disregard these and roll another one.
Oh, damn.
Best of both, haven't you?
Okay.
Yeah, let's see what you get.
That's 4, and then my acrobatics is +3.
So Triss, you kind of reach up and you kind of manage to grab onto one of these branches, but you don't really have the upper body strength to heave yourself fully onto it.
Bless her. Okay, give up on that one. Stay by the tree, and then I'm gonna Eldritch Blast. This guy here. I can see him kind of eyeing.
Oh yeah, so he's kind of still a fairly prominent target up on that kind of ruins building.
Yeah.
Okay, so roll those up for me.
Probably aware that Torek's hiding behind there, so do what I can.
You would have seen him kind of dash that way when it all started.
Oh Jesus.
So well, one crit and one not so crit. Okay, so Triss, first one, we'll do the crit success first. So you want to roll me the damage for that?
So that's 11.
11 damage. Okay, so you kind of hit this thing and kind of knock it off balance with this first one. You see it kind of crouch down to steady itself as the kind of the bolt strikes. And now the crit failure. So as you kind of fire off your second shot, you don't know why, but this one seems to kind of curve as it fires.
Oh no.
And you miss this thing by not all too much, but you hit a supporting roof beam that this thing's standing on. And this Eldritch Blast just obliterates a huge chunk of this beam, and you kind of hear it creaking, and then kind of watching horror as this whole roof gives way. And this creature just falls flat onto Titus. So Titus, You are now prone underneath here, and
Gorgeous.
You are going to be, for the kind of sake of this, restrained while this thing is kind of on top of you.
I'm so sorry.
By the creature I'm frightened of.
So this thing just falls on top of you out of the sun.
Fuck.
Not your most enjoyable fight to date. But yeah, this thing is obviously just as stunned. This thing's given way as you are, so it doesn't make any attacks as it's falling. But it is now right on top of you,
Right.
and it's pretty heavy. Okay.
I've done enough. That's me.
Yep. The homunculus isn't actually on the board yet.
No, I kind of didn't put him on because I carry round homunculus.
I was about to say, isn't he something you need to deploy with an action or a bonus action?
It's not really a summonable effect. It's more its own entity rather than like I need a bonus action to summon it onto the field or something. It's just exists in the world kind of thing.
Oh, okay. Well, in which case it should be on the initiative tracker. So do you want to roll that up?
Oh, it
was. Where was it?
It was on.
Oh, okay. My bad.
I'd
always thought that was something you had to, actively choose to deploy.
No.
I didn't realize it was just kind of like
It's kind of
like
familiar.
Okay, cool. So it's the homunculus's turn.
Going to fly. 3, 4, and 10 feet in the air. Why not?
Okay.
And it's going to try and help out Titus and shoot a ranged attack at number 1.
Sure. So this thing is prone as well on top of Titus, so it will be with advantage.
Actually,
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. It is a ranged attack, which would.
Oh, of course. Yep. I keep on forgetting ranged attacks.
Which would technically.
I just can't help it.
Which would technically mean.
I suppose, yeah, that probably would mean it'd be with disadvantage. I keep on forgetting it's different for ranged.
I didn't know it was prone. Okay. Shit.
Oh, well, not that it matters.
Muffle had me pinned anyway, it seems.
Yeah, you're. Hey, I tell you what, I'll whack a status on that thing just so that we.
Oh, thank you.
We can remember. I'll get a special
like
one for Titus.
Tokens.
I know they're quite useful. So yeah, you try and hit this thing, but like amidst all the kind of dust and the kind of cloud of kind of soot that comes up from this thing, it's a fairly hard shot to make, and it's a fairly spindly target. So you don't land it with that. Okay, so Havel, you're up again.
Okay. Let's have a look. See. So he's chilling like a villain on Titus. Braxton's fucking this one up. Yeah. Titus is pretty big. Have a little think. He'll get this under control.
Be alright, mate.
Yeah. Well, this is what Havel's thinking. Havel's like, oh, the Titus has got this. He's in his element.
Worse. Yeah.
Not realizing that he's terrified out of his mind, but
literally had worse.
But he has seen that number 3, the one he originally took a shot at, was hurt by.
Yeah, Braxton got a pretty good blow off on that.
Yeah, and after what I've seen from that, that kind of special damage he did, and what's his nipple said, ruling. I'm gonna switch up to my Iridium tips.
Okay, so you reach into your special quiver and load up those.
I will fire at number 3.
Okay, so roll them.
Come on. Ah, that's a 14 and a 17.
Both miss.
Oh!
Damn.
So you go to fire this, but like your right hand just twinges, the tendons and that still playing up a little bit, and you just manage to put them both wide of this thing. Kind of narrowly missing Braxton, to be honest, but he seems preoccupied. Doesn't really, duck too much.
He's got armor. It'll be fine.
So because those ones are missed, you're not going to get them back. So duck 2 arrows. Make sure you track those.
Yeah. I know. At
At least you're not doing, the age-old thing of saving all your best ammunition for when you'll
Yeah,
never use
well,
it, like-
exactly. Yeah. End the campaign with like 4 quivers full of pristine arrows.
I've already lost 3 though. Well, this is my 3rd one, but yeah, that's enough. I'm going to. Oh, I'm on flick. That's why.
Just launch
Very
yourself.
bad. Yeah.
I cast catapult.
I'm gonna dash. I'll just kind of hide a little bit around the corner. Let's finish it there. Break line of sight. And stay away from the big beasties.
Okay.
That's it for me.
Yep. Cool. So, Titus, you're still restrained under this thing. And it's
Cool.
like even more terrifying up close. Like the eye sockets are just like hollow and dead. Like the teeth are sticking at all weird angles. It's got like a necklace of trophies, of kind of rotting body parts, and this kind of almost human-like hair, which seems to make it just even more unnatural. But yeah, this thing is kind of pinning you down under its weight.
Can I act at all?
Yeah, you can try and I'd let you roll a strength check to try and get out from underneath it.
Yeah,
it would
can
be
I?
it would be a disadvantage, but you can still definitely try it.
Cool. Yep. Check or saving throw?
I'd be check because it's going to be contested. So what's that?
Athletics, or are we just doing?
It would be
Strength.
athletics, I think. So
Got that.
yeah.
So
do
plus 7, which is 14.
14. Okay. So Titus, you try and kind of wriggle away from this this thing, but it kind of just gets one of its kind of feet and just pushes your chest down as it like tries to. I mean, it's not standing up again yet, but it's you can tell that's its next move. It's gonna just keep you under its foot and kind of stand back up, but you just can't break this thing's hold on you. Kind of feel the claws digging in as it pins you to the ground.
Okay. Bonus action, gonna cast Mass Healing Word. Titus reveals his
Multi-classing into
I-
life cleric.
because I ate the dust of Yendorn's soul with a
That
stupid,
crystallized.
the crystal soul.
Just
It is
loving the
like-
idea of like just Titus sprinkling it over his Rice Krispies or something.
He just thinks it's protein shake.
I'm surprised Torek didn't sniff it in the end.
Yeah, me too.
Ignore it.
All right, that's Titus.
Okay, so it's a big thing that's on top of Titus. You guys, kind of, especially Triss and Havel here at the back, you can kind of see his. This is a staunch ally who's been through thick and thin and come out on top of it, and he's just like pushed down by this thing, and you can see that despite his best efforts, he's still there. Doesn't bode well for the rest of you potentially. But really, you kind of push those thoughts from your mind, and it's your turn to act.
Yeah. So, is he Is number one actually occupying that same space as Titus then? Just on the ground.
Not the same space. It'd be a little bit away, just for ease of ruling, I think.
So where would I have to move to if I wanted to?
If you wanted to hit the thing within 5 feet of these 4 squares that it's in.
Oh, so it is like, for the sake of it, it is on that space there.
Yeah, it's where it is for purposes of attacking and range and stuff like that.
Okay. Okay, first of all, I'll open up, I'll draw my spear. Attack number 3.
Sure, so as you draw this kind of iridium blade, you kind of lunge over Braxton's raised shield using the kind of reach of a weapon to your advantage, so roll it up.
That is a 17. Is a misses.
So yeah, you again, you kind of see that this blade kind of just hits the skin and just scrapes along its kind of wiry forearm without really drawing blood.
Second attack with the spear. Oh, fuck off. Oh, miss again.
I just trying to find an opening on this thing. It's deceptively hard to hit, being relatively fast and kind of got small appendages which don't really offer the usual targets. So try as you might, you don't land any meaningful blow on it.
Alright. Bonus action flurry of blows. Let's just roll them both up. So that's a miss and a 26.
Yep, so one of those does eventually connect, and you kind of feel your fist solidly impact on this thing's thigh.
9 damage.
9 damage. Okay.
And it needs to make a Dex saving throw DC 14 or be knocked prone.
DC 14, okay. So this one, as you punch its leg, it kind of goes over.
It's like straight in the kneecap, kind of.
Yeah, kind of goes over sideways and kind of hits the dirt pretty hard.
Now here's the thing. With it being prone, does it lose any opportunity attack?
Just reading that, I don't think it does.
You don't think it does? Actually, it'll probably be in these conditions, won't it? Let's have a look. Prone.
Yeah, that's why I was reading it. You get disadvantage, but I don't think you lose the reaction.
Yeah, it would. I think it would say if you lost it. I mean, it would have disadvantage on it.
Yeah, true. Okay.
But yeah, okay, that thing, yeah. Handy little reference sheets here.
Yeah, I always forget that.
Yeah, so it doesn't explicitly say it. So whilst you'd think logically, but I suppose if it's on the ground, it could just lash out.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. I'll leave myself there.
Okay.
I couldn't really achieve what I'd hoped for, but never. Spear attacks. About 4 attacks, I missed 3 of them. That's just shit.
Okay, so it is now this thing's turn to act. So it is going to use half its movement to kind of pick itself back up.
Oh, I forgot it was its turn anyway.
And then it's kind of not really too worried about kind of you there, Rulen, now, having seen those kind of spears and been able to really avoid the worst of it. So it's actually going to attack Braxton here. So I'll roll both those together. So 1 hit, 1 miss.
Yep.
So 12 damage, Braxton. The kind of armor you're wearing shields you from kind of the worst of this, and you kind of hear the scraping of kind of bone down this breastplate of yours. However, it does eventually kind of reach the armpit, and then one of them one of the claws does actually puncture the chainmail and kind of find the flesh below. So it is then actually going to use its bonus action to actually spit at you. So I'm going to need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw, DC 16.
Oh, that was so close. That's a 13.
Okay, so you're not really expecting this thing, but it kind of hacks up this kind of like putrid, kind of reddy purple matter. Being in such close range, it's kind of too real quick for you to do much against it. But this thing, you can kind of feel it straight away, kind of just burning your eyes. So you are now blinded. You will get to make that save again at the end of each of your subsequent turns.
Yeah.
Yeah, grab you the token for that. And it is now your go.
Yeah, I was just reading the condition. So there's not that much for me to do. So I'm still just going to try my 2 attacks against him.
Yeah, sure.
Be at a disadvantage. So attack 1. That's a 20.
Still hits.
Nice. I forgot to say smite, so I can't be bothered doing it. That's a 11.
11. Okay, so you kind of swing wildly, really, at this thing, but you kind of feel the sword bite, and you kind of hear this thing, which kind of lets you know you've kind of made a good connection there.
And then the other attack.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. This time I'll remember to smite, but a level 1.
Okay, so roll me the damage for that, please. So slashing.
6.
Okay.
Radiant will be 9.
Okay. So the rest of you watch as kind of Braxton stumbles back, clutching his eyes, but you see him kind of grit his teeth and kind of push on with his attack. You kind of suspect that years of military training have kind of kicked in here, and he's kind of lashed out at where he remembers his opponent being. And again, on that second hit, you just hear this kind of thunderclap and this flash. And you can see that the wound that this sword leaves across this thing's body kind of glows for a little bit before starting to ooze purplish kind of blood.
This is the saving throw.
Uh-huh.
That's a 17, so I'm free of that as well.
Mm-hmm. So you kind of step back with the opportunity this has brought you, and kind of very quickly run your gauntlet across your face and kind of get rid of most of this stuff, and the rest of it is easily blinked away. And then if that's everything you wanted to do,
yeah, that's everything.
We'll move on to the next one. So this one here, it can see that this is a dangerous target, and it can also see that its friend here is already kind of got prey of its own. So it's going to move and attack the next easiest prey for it, which, unluckily for you, Triss, does happen to be you. So Braxton, you're going to get an opportunity attack.
Nice. That's a miss. That's a 14.
So again, there's this thing kind of bounds. It's actually really hard to predict where its limbs and body are going to be. It's just such an unnatural motion to try and track. So you kind of swing at it, but it manages to duck underneath the blade at the last moment as it bounds over for Triss, who is going to be on the receiving end of 2 blows. Both of which are going to hit. So Triss, that's going to be 33 damage.
Ouch.
So again, these just ludicrously long claws come kind of from both sides of this thing. Kind of does a lunging strike at you as it closes the distance, and again, the lack of real armor means that it's just not stopped at all. So you feel again this just horrible sensation of kind of these bony appendages just ripping into flesh, and you can kind of feel that these have done some damage. There's already kind of a warm trickle of blood running down your abdomen. And that is going to be its go. And as for number 1 here, again, it's going to use half its movement to kind of stand up. So keeping its foot firmly on your chest there, Titus, this thing stands up and kind of snarls down at you before taking 2 kind of long, lanky swipes at your prone torso. Although, despite that, the kind of the first one, he misjudges it a little bit, and as he swings down, his claws actually embed in the earth next to your head. But on the second attack...
Oh, bear in mind, I did not do any reckless attacks, so that would be both.
But you are prone.
Ah, yes. Aha! Haha! Checkmate!
Not that it matters. So, again, just this thing, almost in its enthusiasm to kind of get at you there, Titus, it misses both of its attacks. The only things you get are a couple of claws, but they brush harmlessly off your kind of tough skin. Cool. So that then means it is going to be Torik's turn.
Splendid. Titus has been grappled, has he?
He's restrained, yeah.
Should really do something about that, but I'm scared. I'm so scared. Oh, no, actually, it's a really bad idea to use the flaming fire spinner, isn't it? That house will catch fire. The one that just fell on Titus. Fuck it. I'm gonna go for another catapult, just to stay out of line of sight of the thing and not have to use an attack roll to attack on it. So
okay, so you can't ready another device.
A line to, so if I miss, I could probably get a whack on the other one behind it.
Yeah, so this house now is kind of floor level now. So
Nice.
you would have kind of that line of fire now.
Cool. I think I'll make it a level 2 spell as well.
Sure. So I'll roll that saving throw. 16, was it?
Mm-hmm.
So that one, again, kind of hears that whir and manages to dodge out of the way, so it'll carry on going. It'll make the save for one behind it.
Oh, come on.
So this one already kind of on the defensive from kind of Braxton's assaults. Kind of sees its friend dodge out of the way and kind of hears its snarl, and kind of turns just in time to see this thing coming. So this thing whips past and kind of severs a lock of its hair as it goes, but it manages to miss any kind of vital areas.
Okay. Why did I have alarm prepared? Just looking through my spell list. Okay, maybe I can sneak around and get a better angle if I go 1, 2, 3, 5 behind this fence post here.
Okay. So yeah, you can definitely see this thing quite clearly now.
Yeah.
It still seems to be largely fixated on Titus.
Which is good, but for me. And I am gonna not use a bonus action because I have already cast a spell this turn, and all my cantrips are melee. So over to the next one.
So make that wisdom saving throw again for the frightened.
I'm gonna flash of genius it.
Okay. So leaves you on 15, does it?
It's yeah, it does.
So you
Sorry.
you kind of see this thing on Titus, and like, you know, as much as you don't want to fight it, you realise that, you know, this idiot's going to get himself killed. Someone needs to step up, and you're one of the brains to do it. So you steel yourself and kind of prepare to do what is necessary.
Excellent. And I am my turn.
Okay, so no longer frightened. Triss, having just received such a kind of vicious assault from this creature, your kind of head's reeling a bit, but you kind of realise, you know, you probably need to act, and it is your turn to do it.
Yeah, I've got some. Not quite sure what to do. Sorry, I'm just trying to make some decisions.
Yeah,
I
no
think
worries.
what I'm gonna do is Dimension Door.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go to the far side. Yeah, I'm gonna go sort of past this tree. I'm gonna aim for like here-ish.
Okay. So everybody, you watch as kind of Triss leans backwards and kind of, you don't hear what she's saying, and you can't really lip read it, but she says something, and as she raises her hand, a kind of almost a tear in reality opens. It's almost painful to look at this thing, and you can't really describe the color it is. This kind of little slit appears, and she kind of half tosses herself through it and half stumbles into it backwards. And as this thing kind of reaches to try and follow it, the door kind of closes, and you can see like it cuts the talons a bit short on one of its hands as the kind of door closes on its fingers. And then, in a similar fashion, you see Triss just again kind of stumble out, kind of bleeding profusely, but out of immediate danger.
And that's me.
Again, very good use of Dimension Door.
Do you like a bit of Dimension Door?
It's a very handy skill to have. And Homunculus.
Yes. This one has stood up now, and it's trying to grapple with Titus, right?
Yes, that one's kind of pinning Titus to the floor with its foot.
Cool. It's going to fly another 10 feet that way, but raise itself another 10 feet in the air, so it's 20 foot off the ground.
Okay.
And it's going to launch an air attack against that motherfucker. Oh! Wow.
So the optics package you've installed in this thing clearly don't seem to be very well suited to kind of top-down attacks. The thing's depth perception was
viable.
the the depth perception is a little bit off, and this strike kind of impacts about a foot short of where it needs to be.
Dang. Cool. And I think that's it for Homie.
Okay. Brings us back round to Havel. So you've just seen Triss bail, and this thing is kind of now stood looking for someone to attack. But you could also see that, Titus is in a fairly precarious position. And actually, now that we had a turn where Titus didn't do any damage, and the thing didn't do any damage to him, so you can see that the rage has actually subsided, and it's just replaced by terror. You can't recall many times you've seen Titus scared.
Fucking right. So I'm gonna query this. So this is kind of fallen through the roof, isn't it?
Yeah. So this kind of area here is largely collapsed after the main support beam was kind of blown away.
This
is kind of rubble rather than a solid wall that you're hiding behind now.
Okay. So like, if I wanted to kind of move this way, I'd still be like get inside, kind of like here.
Yeah, you could. I mean, it'd be rough terrain because it'd just be debris, but you could definitely clamber over it.
As a wonderful ranger I am with land stride, rough terrain no longer encumbers me.
Okay.
So I'm gonna move just inside a little bit.
Yep. So you kind of expertly hop from kind of log to brick and get yourself into a good firing position.
And yeah, seeing that Titus is now kind of a bit scuppered, I am gonna focus on number one specifically.
Okay.
I'm still drawing from Iridium, and I'm not gonna move Hunter's Mark just yet, so it'll just be standard.
Okay.
Because an idea.
Yeah, rolling for me.
These will just be 2 standard hits at the moment. Ooh.
So a crit and a miss.
That's fine. It's essentially like 2 hits.
Pretty much, yeah.
15.
So 15 damage. This kind of arrow in the back does seem to do more damage. You can see the iridium arrow has kind of penetrated this thing's tough hide and has started a small stream of kind of purplish fluids dripping down its back.
3. Okay. 3. I'm not going to be able to get that just yet. So how much, like, where the homunculus is that still wall at the moment? Is that all gone?
So it's
side of the house.
It's pretty much this side of the house. So you've got a little bit here that's kind of still wall, but it was only half a wall to begin with. But the place is largely demolished now.
Okay, I just I know what shit that does, and I'm just gonna try and kind of move anywhere where I can reduce line of sight from kind of thing. Yeah, I was tempted by spyglass, but I won't use that just yet. So yeah, I'll end it there. That's my movement done.
Okay. Next, Titus. So as I said, it's been a full turn without either giving or taking damage. So your rage has expired, and you're kind of still pinned and frightened under this thing, even though it was fairly inept earlier.
Isn't there a thing of rage that you can't be frightened?
I have no idea.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Nah.
I think there might be a subclass that does that.
Get you.
I'm not 100%
Yeah, I think that's
sure.
the Berserker.
That would make sense.
Oh shit. I'm just gonna try and get him off me.
Okay, so it'll be again an athletics, please.
With disadvantage, or
yeah, because you're still kind of prone under, and then
Yeah, you're right. It's a level 6 berserker thing.
So what does that add up to in total there, Chaz?
16.
16?
Mhm.
So you kind of grab this thing's ankle and kind of just knock it sideways, and it doesn't move it much, but it's the opening you need. So you kind of scurry out of that and kind of pick yourself back up onto your feet.
Is that my action?
Yeah, it's going to be an action, but you're not restrained anymore, so you're back to.
Bonus action, I'll rage again.
Okay.
And then these guys have a. All right, I'm gonna stay right there.
Okay, so wisdom saving throw then for the frightened. Unless you've got anything more you want us to do first.
Nope.
I mean, it's still a pretty terrifying experience you've just narrowly managed to kind of get out of, and this thing is clearly not natural. I mean, you can't raise your shield and ready yourself to defend against it and protect your allies, but it is not. Even the bravest warriors have things that are too much for them, and Titus, this thing is kind of looking like it might be one of them. Okay, Rulin.
Okay, time to miss again. Okay, so seeing that Titus is now at least on his feet, not like in this one, I'll loop around the back side of this one.
Okay.
Attack it with my spear.
Yep.
Better.
Yeah, so as you kind of dash around it, you manage to kind of get a great opening, and you kind of put the spear kind of into this thing's flank as you move, and the kind of momentum carries the tip through its flesh.
I'll be 13 damage.
And so as this thing kind of withdraws from the blade, you press home kind of the attack, and you kind of drive the spear deeper and deeper till you get about 4 foot of the shaft into this thing, and it just kind of keels over, a dull gurgle emitting from its throat as it dies.
Now Rulin is the one stealing kills.
Exchange. Okay. Well, with that done and some fresh resolve, I'll. How much movement was that? So. Oh yeah, I can still make it over. And can I attack into this? Is it inside the building, so I can attack over the rubble?
It's kind of you'd be able to. I mean, this thing's a good 10 feet tall, so you could definitely get an attack off on it.
Okay, so second spear attack. Yeah, that's 24.
So it's another hit. So kind of carrying on with your assault, you keep the momentum up and brace the spear against your shoulder as you lunge.
That's 14 damage.
And again, this iridium or like half iridium alloy spear tip kind of finds its mark and digs quite in. Not as far as before, and the creature does react in such a way that a lot of the momentum is kind of deflected as the spear kind of tears out. But it was a good blow.
And make it a stunning strike as well for 1 key point.
Okay.
So DC 14 Constitution.
Constitution, okay. So it stays on its feet, although it does kind of hiss at you.
Hiss as much as it is. And yeah, fuck it. Flurry of blows.
Okay, roll them up.
Let's do the first one. That's an 18.
So you hit it, and it seems to have an impact.
Sweet. Oh shit. 6 plus 5. 9, 11 damage.
11 damage.
That does
Okay.
count as magical.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to double check.
Yeah.
And let's do. Let's try and force it prone. The special effect, so DC 14 Dex.
So not only does it go prone, but as it falls down, you kind of hear something snap. So this thing is down and stunned.
Oh. One final flurry blow to finish things off.
Mm-hmm.
Advantage, I guess, because it's prone and stunned. That's not as good. It's only a 16.
16 is a miss.
Yep.
However, I'm going to say, having seen such a good display of martial prowess, and this creature go down and stunned, Titus, you kind of gather your resolve, and kind of seeing Rulin step up so heroically, it kind of gives you the courage boost you need, and you think that if your friend is going to risk himself like that for you, how bad can this really be? So you're no longer frightened.
Finally, a good fucking round. Finally some good fucking food.
So number 3 is actually dead, which means Braxton, you're up.
Here he goes. He's gonna move up between Rulin and Titus
Just all
because he
ganging up.
works best between. We like go around
Just
people.
curb stomp this nig.
And then I'm gonna do my standard 2 attacks.
Okay.
Diddly-doo-doo.
So that one
both
hits.
Well, that was both the attacks.
Oh, well, it's with advantage because he's stunned.
They
Oh.
both hit anyway. I guess you could just call it. But
No, we'll play it properly. That's with advantage. That's with a level 1 smite as well.
Okay, so roll it up.
Sword damage
Piercing, yep.
6. And great. 2 radiant damage. And then I'll roll the other attack. It could be a crit now. Just watch. I think that's the It's a 16.
So that one does not connect. So a little bit underwhelming as you charge in and try and smite this thing, but between these two, you don't have the room for quite a full swing as you would have liked. So it wasn't the most deadly blow you've delivered, but it's still beating this thing while it's down.
Yeah, and that's the end of my turn.
Okay. So number 2 is gonna kind of see what's going on here, and it's going to make itself a wisdom saving throw here. So this thing is, seen its kind of fellows kind of getting fairly solidly beaten here. And as terrifying as they are, these things are fairly opportunistic. They're not here to kill you, they're here to feed. So this one's actually going to kind of make a bounding retreat into the forest.
Can we afford to let them get away?
Probably not. That's
I don't think we can catch him.
Might have to try.
Yeah,
and track
this thing was pretty fast, and you can see that it seems to be fairly at home in amongst the trees.
Yeah, we can try and track it later.
Okay.
True.
Torek, you're up and no longer frightened.
Cool. Is number 1 still stunned?
It is, yeah.
I'm tempted to try and chase that Wendigo. I've got a spell with 60 foot, so if I chase after it and just get a line of sight, I think I could have a chance of getting it. Maybe. I don't know. Torek isn't really the most observant. He probably didn't even notice that Wendigo running.
I guess there's a lot going on between you and it.
The other side of the building.
Yeah, the thing is rubble, but you are fairly small still.
Yeah. So I think I'm just gonna hopefully perform the final blow against this thing. I'm gonna do a level 2 catapult on it again.
Okay.
It's going to pull a
Now,
ruin.
since it is stunned,
God,
it
yeah.
will automatically fail its dex roll.
It will.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Okay, oh good. Oh.
Which means this is going to do 4d8 damage.
Okay.
Nice.
13? Oh,
A little unlucky.
So not quite enough to do it. But this thing, it does draw blood, so you've clearly done some harm.
nice. I just kind of like the thought of Torek being able to just throw his environment around as weapons. I don't know. I find that cool.
Mm-hmm. Like the slinger in Monster Hunter, isn't it?
Kind of, yeah.
Alrighty. In which case, any movement or other bonus actions?
Well, I can only move 5, so I'm going to move within healing distance of Triss, just in case. Just
Okay.
in case. And and turn.
Cool. So Triss, you obviously seen this thing bound
Get
off
it.
into the
Get
forest.
Finish it off.
You can't really see this thing due to this kind of large oak tree in the center of the village, but you can kind of see the other companions
You know you want to.
are gathered over there, beating down on this thing.
Alright, I'm gonna 5, 10,
We all know what you're gonna do.
25,
Go on.
30, and I'm gonna Eldritch Blast.
Told ya. Called it.
Okay. So this thing is stunned rather than prone, so you are going to get advantage on it.
I'll do them separately then.
Mm-hmm. So it's a hit.
Shockingly.
And it's another hit, so 2 very solid blows there.
What? What are the chances of it being exactly duped?
Come on, Chaz, give us the odds.
That's 17?
17
18.
damage. 18 damage.
18 damage.
Okay. So
That's what they said.
as this thing is kind of reeling from the sustained blows, you just put these bolts straight into its chest. It kind of doubles over, and you can see it kind of like kind of vomits up some purple blood. It's still going, but it doesn't look well.
Oh, actually, no, I'm wrong. There's another 5 to be added onto that.
Are you sure?
Yep, it's 1d10 plus 5 for each of them.
Another 5. It's still on its feet.
Oh man.
Well, someone
Looks
else
like
can do
Homie's getting.
I genuinely thought that was gonna be it. Yeah. Homie's gonna increase his kill death ratio at this point.
Homunculus' turn.
Oh, Homie, go and give it to you.
They came to the wrong house, fool!
Gets a +5 modifier. Oh wait, it's advantage. Oh, thank God.
Yep. So well, that optics package is still not quite right. You're probably going to have to tweak that manually after this is over.
Shit.
But at least it doesn't hit an ally.
This time.
Okay, so Havel, back round to you.
Oh, I wonder what we're going to do. I'm just going to move here to make sure I've got line of sight. Bonus action for Hunter's Mark.
Yep.
And we'll double Iridium Arrow it.
Okay.
So is it still stunned?
Yeah, it is. Until the end of Ruland's next go.
Advantage then as well?
Yeah, it'll be advantage.
Okay, so first one is a 20.
Hits.
And the second one is a 20.
Another hit.
Survey says 19. Could have been better.
19 damage. So again, just more and more kind of abuse is pouring this thing's way.
What the fuck?
It really, you can see this thing's lost a lot of, blood, you think. It definitely doesn't look like it's going to be there for long, but those arrows in the back weren't quite enough to kind of put an end to this thing.
I still have the idea that if anyone just like stumbled upon this, it's just 6 people laying into one like massive creature non-stop.
That's its best friend runs.
I'd like to think that that's happened before. Like an old lady just sees our fight and just casually walks away. Like, well,
Nope.
not shit.
Not today.
Can't have shit in Detroit.
Titus, you are up.
Oh,
I'm no longer
speaking
frightened.
Speaking of Detroit, Michigan, all right. Let's get. I'm gonna take out the mega axe,
Okay.
and we're just gonna do. I'm already raging, so it's gonna be.
And it's stunned, so yeah, you don't even need the reckless, to be honest.
Titus always needs the reckless. So two reckless attacks.
Okay. With the big axe
With
of
the
hurt.
big axe.
So that's a hit.
Yes. All right. And that's okay, so 8, 6. So 14 plus strength. So
Mm-hmm.
18 damage.
How do you want to do it, Titus?
Oh, mate. Fucking finally. Some good fucking kills. He's just gonna. While it's stunned, he's just gonna, like, gather himself, shake himself out of the. He's had a pretty shitty fight. And just. Because he could probably hit its head without jumping or anything. He's just gonna fucking cut its head off with the mega axe.
Mm-hmm. So,
time there, Titus.
going to be a D6 necrotic as this.
Well, I get isn't it a DC 15 con save first?
It is, yes. I'm getting ahead of myself here.
Just
plus four
assuming
to
you're
the
gonna
roll.
fail.
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, plus 2! That is a 2
course,
plus
yeah.
2 plus my con save, which is that's a 30.
Okay, so you kind of managed to resist this thing, having not
That
used it for a
aura.
while.
That aura from Baxton,
Baxton,
holy
yeah.
Order.
shit.
Paladins are a balanced class.
What are we going to do about the other one?
So, you guys kind of gather yourself up about as this thing kind of stumbles headlessly back into rubble. And Titus, as you kind of look in the direction this thing fled, you could see that it is, used its speed to good effect here. You can't see kind of hiding a hair of it.
Could I do a nature check?
What are you trying to accomplish?
I'm trying to think like what its fleeing patterns would be. Would it come back to try and like pick us off after the fray? Like that seems like something a creature like this might do.
So you can roll a nature for that. It's an unfamiliar creature. You have no idea what this thing's going to do.
Okay. These things are erratic. Be careful. Make sure they're dead.
So the kind of two corpses here. Well, one of them is missing a head, and the other one seems to be, lying in a fairly sizable pool of blood. Hasn't moved, so you suspect they're out for the count.
Well, the head will make for excellent proof of killing shit.
Hmm.
So,
But
I'll
we did
grab.
not kill all of them.
Not yet, but I will grab the head, thinking that he did want proof, didn't he, before he
Okay.
could sign anything. I will try not to touch it and, keep cloth between me and
Yep.
the creature.
So, while you guys are doing this, Triss, you obviously appeared at this kind of side of this tree where the creatures were originally feasting. Roll me a perception.
Give me a second. I think perception is +4. So that's 18.
So, Triss, you can see that the kind of corpses are definitely, the villagers. However, you can see that on the actual tree, kind of around the bark at kind of the same height as if you maybe stretch your hands above your head, you can see that there are in fact several kind of hands and bits of wrist and forearm nails to the tree. And on further examination of the carrion that these things are eating, it seems that they might have just ripped these bodies down from the tree and in so doing severed the hands.
Ooh. How delightful.
Wander over and take a look at is there any signs of weaponry or anything like that, like arrows, swords?
So you take a look around, and you can see, these hands have been attached with actual and proper nails rather than arrows or anything like that. Kind of metal nails, and you can see, relatively small boot prints around here. A bit too small to be human by the looks of it.
Maybe gnomish raiders, perhaps.
Oh
Zoltaric.
If I examine them, right, working under the theory then that it could have been raiders from Nordhammer, they look like dwarf prints, perhaps?
It looks like the right kind of size.
Because we're quite close to the border of Nordhammer.
Titus, roll me a perception.
What?
I know where this is going.
Do you, though?
It's 12.
So you kind of catch something on the wind. It sounds like kind of jangle of metal approaching fairly quickly.
I'm going to take up a defensive stance. Everyone, watch out!
Which direction are they coming from?
Kind of the same way that you guys have just come from. So in at this kind of corner.
Ooh. Toric's going to try and leap this fence and illusion himself to look like rubble. He's going to do a Frodo Baggins.
Okay, so you arrange yourself so that you're not too out of place and kind of magic up a suitable disguise. Havel, it looks for all the world like Toric is just another stone.
These bushes at the base of this tree here.
Sorry, what were the bushes?
Yeah.
This is supposed to be just a tree on the map. So that would be the foliage rather than bushes. It's kind of a big central oak in the village square.
Well, I'll step behind it, draw my bow, and then attempt to hide as an actual action.
Okay, so you, it's a big tree, so it's not particularly difficult to kind of get behind it out of sight.
Named the homunculus as well.
Okay, Titus and Braxton, you going to be doing anything with this info?
I guess we should hide it with me and Braxton, the stealthy boys.
Clunk, clunk.
Alright, let's fuck. Can I just like jump into the ruins of the house?
Yeah, I was
Uh,
going to say I'll just try and like, hide in the rubble.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you guys find kind of the largest lumps of debris to kind of hide yourself behind. It's not perfect, but it's better than being in the open. And Triss, is it going to be behind the tree with Rulin, or are you going to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna go behind the tree with Rule, and I probably don't have much time to get anywhere else.
Okay, so Titus and Braxton being closest, you kind of hear this noise approaching. Braxton, as you kind of listen more carefully now that you know it's coming, you detect the sound of cavalry moving fast. And after about a couple of minutes, you guys see these kind of horsemen, 5 mounted and well armored individuals, kind of pulling up into the village. As they kind of come to the entrance of a map here, but you can see that one of them kind of signals and they pull up. You see that one of them seems to clearly be the leader here. Dismounts and kind of removes his helmet. You can see it's a human of some sort. He's kind of wearing a one of those kind of cloth things that go over armor that has the kind of heraldry on it. You can see yeah, that's the one I'm looking for. Thank you. So he's wearing a tabard which kind of bears the blue and white of Parfunis, but he kind of bends down over one of these corpses and kind of starts investigating it. The others kind of again cautiously dismount and start to search through the rubble of the village. It doesn't take them long before they stumble across Titus and Braxton. You know, just a bit too close. So immediately the alarm goes up, and you find yourself face to face with these armored cavalrymen. You there! One's hiding! Step forward!
Oh, it's murder hoboing time, boys!
Triss has already started that. It's fine.
Manslaughter hoboing.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, gonna remain.
3rd degree murder hobo.
Now Titus is gonna say, "Wait, we are the Slayers sent to help you."
As you guys stand up, and the others kind of emerge, you can see he kind of weighs up what's happening here. Kind of looks at you guys and the state you're in, and then the corpses at his feet. Slayers, Well, that's would certainly explain this. But what brings you here? Who put you onto this?
The man with the fancy hat.
Roland will start to step forward and just. We accepted the contract from council Tide. You only dispatched these 2 creatures a short while before you arrived.
The council's very hard to slay so quickly in my absence. Well, that definitely sounds like them.
And
he kind of puts his helmet under his head. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Viscount Jeremiah Amson.
Ah.
I hail from Eventide. It seems that you've been in my city not too long ago, from the sounds of it, and I already had the pleasure of meeting some of my advisors. Well, I thank you for what you've done here. It's saved me and my men a task. We'd heard rumours that something had gone awry, and I'd previously been otherwise occupied, but the king saw fit to release me from the duties to come and investigate, and I'm glad I have. It seems here that it wasn't these creatures that did this to this village.
No, it wouldn't appear so. There
He-
are.
He kind of strolls into the middle of town with you now and again assesses the situation with the tree and the bodies of these victims.
Does appear to be some tracks leading around. Be roughly the size of dwarf prints.
I'd suspected as much. I fear that these Wendigo were symptoms rather than their cause here.
Do you know about the Wendigo?
I've studied a few things in my time, and mythology has always been fascinating to me, but up until now I had thought they were just that. But they definitely bear the hallmarks that the stories tell about.
You didn't happen to spot a third one on your way in, did you?
No, we didn't. We rode in on the road. We saw nothing.
Fortunately, the third one did manage to slip out as we were in the midst of battle.
Well, that's a shame, but it looks like there's no one left here for them to really bother. Well, this isn't good. When did you say you got here? Did you see the attack on this place?
No, it happened several days ago, I believe. We spoke to some of the villagers back in Eventide. They filled us in on what they saw and what they heard, which wasn't much, unfortunately. We've only arrived here, as I said, around 20 minutes ago, maybe.
Well, I think whatever the situation with the Wendigos is, that's secondary now. We've got bigger fish to fry, as it were.
Do you get many raiders coming across the border?
No, not for a very long time. This is, I think, what King Gustav had feared. I'm going to have to report this. I think it would be prudent for you to come with me. I could use the extra witnesses. He's not going to like this, and the more compelling evidence I can bring, the better it'll be.
Is it worth looking around a little more?
We could certainly have a look. I doubt the clans will have been so foolish to leave much. But, well, really, we only have a very low list of culprits, and they're right at the top. I think this has been building for a while. They've been getting more and more reckless. He gestures for his men to start searching some of the more intact houses, and you guys kind of do the same with the others. And it's largely the same as the first house that you kind of were fighting around. Everything valuable seems to have been dragged out and taken, and the rest put to the torch. They've been pretty thorough in how they've managed to do this.
Is there
Even
any sign of like magic's been used or anything like that?
from what you can tell, it looks like ordinary fire has done this, kind of result of torches thrown onto kind of flammable wooden floors and that.
So it's not likely to have been.
Doesn't seem to have been like explosions or magical blasts of any sort.
What was his name? Wolfus. Was Wolfus, wasn't it?
I will consult my notes. I think it might have been
I called it
Wolfram.
Wolf like once by mistake.
Yeah, definitely have it here somewhere. Wolfus, yeah, there we are. Yeah, you can't see any kind of signs of arcane fire here. It looks to be kind of done with conventional means. But after 10-15 minutes, the Viscount kind of calls off his men. I think we've seen enough here. Well, if you wouldn't mind, I would have you accompany me to the king's camp, and we'll break this news together.
King's camp?
Yes, you'll see what I mean when we get there.
Okay.
Now, my men are mounted. Do you have horses of your own, or did you come here on foot?
We do have horses. They're still over by these trees. Isn't it?
Perfect. That'll save us a fair amount of time in the meanwhile. I'll have my men ride at the rear to bring up the rest of it, but it's a good few days' ride from here, so gather your things and tend to any wounds that you must, and we'll head off when you're ready. And that, I think, is where we're going to call tonight's session. I'll do the rest tomorrow. So well done, guys. It's a bit of a could have gone a bit more hairily than it did there, to be honest.